Good morning, everyone. Looking forward to see the whole discussions on today. So I'm going to start explaining that, unfortunately, for unseen circumstance, the keynote from Spain, he is not able to be with us, Hector Fernandez Elorza. So as you say, adaptation is in the air, so we need to adapt things immediately. But the good news is that Federica Goffi, the organizer, is going to be sharing with us her last research on the book Conversion, Architecture and Conversion from Modern Period to Contemporary. So I think that that's the good news. That is going to be at 2 p.m. in this room. Okay, I think that for me, I'm going to start like Rumiko handled her wisdom. It was, I think, that unbelievable. So I just want to mention a few things that on her presentation really fascinated me. Like what she was saying, the reconstruction of architecture is reconstruction through architecture. I thought that was absolutely great. And what she said, that alterations are inevitable as people need to change. And the afterlife is the very life. And I thought that is something really, really important for me. The other research that was really, really important was Susan Ross, that how important is to, instead of maladaptation, is better to reallocate and accept and adapt change. So I thought that was also very, very important ideas. In other session, we were talking about that there is too much focus to performance-driven metrics, and sometimes we forgot the values of the community that is who is going to be using the building. So I think that was very, very important. Several lectures were presenting. Several papers were presented. They were discussing about the intrinsic value as something very, very important, that the values as a basis for any intervention. So some of my students, they know that we are always talking about that, but I think that was really, really important. Elena mentioned about the potential for transformative intervention from a morphological perspective, and she showed some of the buildings, the modern buildings in Italy. The keynote presentation from Civil was something very important, showing like the understanding the existing building through minimal intervention, not only to not spend more resources, but also to determine the compatibility of new program, and that this guide the decision-making process. Maricela from UK, she explained us that reuse doesn't have an end, it's a continuity, dialectic relationships between permanence and temporality. And I think that at the end, when I was looking, I think that if we ask, there is a consensus that conservation and adaptation architecture should no longer sit at the margins of architectural education. And I think that if we can do something after this, will be that everybody has that. We will really not fight, but like work with this in all the different areas that we do our job. Another very, very interesting presentation was Francois Astor, that was about the art of composition to manage relationships between existing buildings, form, and its alteration. And she suggested different adaptive design strategies. And I think that also other presentation that I was, and really was really important, was from the Politecnica del Mars, from Italy, the group of some 3 Italians, that was mentioned the holistic reactivation. The new function must adapt to the existing form rather than vice versa, and the importance on the rural. I thought that was really, really interesting presentation. There were many presentations about methodologic. Everybody was sharing their lessons learned, the challenges. Mario explained a lot about how engineers, it's difficult for engineers to respect about the existing building, and I think that is the same with many architects. So we share up lessons, process, but then I think that the important thing is that we need to work together for that cultural continuity in this process of adaptation. So I think that I was trying to be very summary to continue being a time. So now we are going to be, the people that are going to stay here, they're going to be with moderated by Sheryl Boyle, from historical materialism to a culture of plural storytelling. And the other session, moderated by Berin Terim, we're going to be in 4020 in the small room. That is the same title, from historical materialism to a cultural of plural storytelling. So see you. Thanks.
A very interesting topic today, as Mariana just said, from historical materialism to a culture of plural storytellings. I'm really looking forward to the session. And really just the topics that the organizing committee have put together are extraordinary. As moderator, I'm going to introduce the speakers. The full bio is in the beautiful dossier of the conference, but the order of the presentations, first we'll have Theo Maligeay from the University of Paul Valéry in Montpellier. Then Chris Bessemans, a postdoc student that's working with Trace at the University of Leuven in Belgium, along with Koenraad van Cleempoel. Third, we'll have Felipe Lanuza, a Chilean architect with a PhD from the Bartlett School of Architecture in the UK, and Adam Thibodeaux from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Then we'll have Mehersad B. Sharoff from the University of Adelaide in Australia, who I had the pleasure of talking with last night. And then we have a team of 4, Jose Evandro Henriquez, Fernand Diniz Morea, Robert Schmidt III, Mila Lima Santos from Loughborough University in the UK that are working at the Adaptable Futures Research Group there. So we'll begin with Chris and Koenraad. Are you?
Okay. Well, good morning. Thank you all for being here, and also thank you for hosting such a wonderful conference. Today I will be speaking about the adaptive reuse design paradox, which is actually a paper being part of a postdoctoral project which is called The Ethical Nature of Architectural Interventions in Built Heritage, and mainly researching about architectural ethics within the field of adaptive reuse. It's funded by the Research Foundation Flanders, and we are conducting the research at Trace at the University of Hasselt, together with Koenraad van Cleempoel, who couldn't be here today, of course, with us. So I would like to start today with a quote of Eileen Gray, an Irish furniture designer and interior architect as well, of about a century ago. And she once said that to create, one must first question everything. And of course, Gray was right, of course. In a way, if we think about design and what design implicates, then we could say that design revolves around 4 basic questions, which is: what are we designing, for whom, why, and how? So it means that design comes with a kind of responsibility which implicates also an intelligence, a design intelligence, which is actually relying as much on critical thinking and ethical choice as it fosters by technical and creative skills. So it means that if we are thinking about design, we have to think about those 4 basic questions, and also about what are we ethically choosing for if we are designing or adaptively reusing something. So now, over the past decades, if you look at architectural development and ethics and theory, then we could say that societal and ecological challenges have been leading to an increased awareness of architectural ethical issues within the field. But however, the problem is that this ethical resurgence has been often responded to by either a kind of a development of normative theories and an applied ethical outlook, which led to the regulation and codification of practice. But on the other hand, it also led to a kind of skepticism in which it's often referred to a kind of unwelcome moralizing trend within architectural theory and architectural practice as well. At the same time, if we look at adaptive reuse, which is a developing field over the past decades as well, then we could say that adaptive reuse seems widely acknowledged as a kind of resignification and reappropriation deed of the already existent, the valuable and the meaningful, but it also, of course, intends to enable the potential to allow for new meanings to come true and new stories to unfold. However, while such terms as resignification, etc., are morally non-neutral, it is often the case that this ethical dimension of this architectural reenactment hasn't been thoroughly scrutinized and also remains often implicit. So in that context, we indeed need, which is also the topic of this conference, an adaptive architecture, but we also need an understanding of architecture to adapt as well. And as we argued before, the reluctance to substantially engage architecture's ethical underpinnings has led is in a way surprising, as one could also contend that the ethical framework that grounds and guides our deliberative design decisions is what we should reflect about in the first place. So in a sense, it's strange that we haven't been attributing more time earlier on to this question. So today I will be talking, presenting you a sketch about, or trying to give you a sketch of how morally, symbolically understanding adaptive reuse interventions can contribute to this substantial ethical understanding, and I will do so in 3 steps. The first will be that I draw an analogy with memorial design. The second will be that we look at some 2 adaptive reuse cases, not meant as case studies, but rather as a kind of exemplary cases which help us in the reflective understanding. And then the third will be that I will conclude with the adaptive reuse design paradox. So first, the analogy with memorial design. As we have recently argued in another paper, memorials are symbolic restorative entities. So the symbolic restoration is part of the larger framework of symbolic practices, which we all know as well in our daily lives, as also birthdays and funerals are symbolic practice. Although I cannot elaborate on that now, these are ways to express we care about someone else, what they have meant to us. And for instance, forgetting a birthday or a funeral in which no one attends, it's obviously clarifies that it seems as if this person doesn't matter to you or to no one in general. So what these practices are united by is that they offer an acknowledgement of the significance of events and persons. And conversely, if we don't do so, if we don't held these practices, then it would also mean that there is a kind of aura of irrelevance. So what the memorial also does is the same. It offers a signpost in a space and time and calls the event and the victims into being as meaningful, while its absence would indirectly or implicitly subscribe to their apparent irrelevance. However, in order for the memorial to succeed in guaranteeing this continued acknowledgement, the memorial has to be worthwhile in itself. And this is, of course, where the design and program come into play. Because the design establishes and guarantees the memorial's continuing relevance by relying on what we have called its secondary design features. The problem is that this secondary design intent might hamper the first commemorative function if too emphatically present. So the secondary design features may overshadow the first when it appears as if the memorial and its secondary functions or goals instrumentalizes what has happened for other goals such as urban development, economic or touristic or political goals. So hence, the importance of this moral symbolic dimension also in the deliberative design processes and reasoning and its justification. And this is what we have called the memorial design paradox. Then let us turn to the adaptive reuse explanatory examples. And I won't go into details about the first, which is the Skanderbeg Square in Tirana, the capital of Albania. But what you might want to know is that actually Tirana, Albania, was placed under dictatorial rule since the 1920s, first by a king and then after World War II also by a communist regime. And the square, and as you can see of the upper 2 pictures, is actually was actually mainly a dense traffic knot, but also it had some pedestrian zones and some green and ceremonial function as well. But it was mainly characterized architecturally by its surrounding buildings, which also stem from a communist era. The reason I also included the reintegration ideas of the new model of the reinterpretation of the square, let's say, is also because with the ground plan and also with this section, you can see that there's a green belt and also a slightly gradual slope of the square, which actually symbolically places the citizen on a pair with the buildings, changing his perspective. Although I won't go into detail that now, but what I would like to focus on here is the reinterpretation of the square, which of course relied on its design. So the design invites a different appropriation of the square. The gardens and the square really invites to appropriate the square to make use of it by the citizens and the people living in the city. So it invites both metaphorically and literally a new way of being and living in the city and also in the country. So the design thus resignifies social life and also in contrast to its past, and allows for and supports a societal reorganization. It means that the design relies on its valuable past to emphasize the value of this recognition, and also that the reinterpretation of the square thus represents a new way of meaningful existence, depending on its past and also enabling a different future. So within the deliberative reasoning on how to design, this reappropriation was in its literal and symbolical sense the guiding principle. So the design intent has been one of the main reasons that the reinterpretation of the square has also been positively received and been granted awards. Now, the secondary example concerns the Indian residential schools here in Canada, operating from 1890 to 1970. And I must admit that I was quite hesitant to have this topic here, because you all know this difficult topic much more than I do. So I'm certainly willing to hear from you if my interpretation would be in any way questionable. But in a sense, I think this can still reveal this moral symbolical dimension of adaptive reuse as well. So one such an example is St. Michael's, and actually, the thing is that the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, in their conclusion in 2015, they've held a 6-year, I think, investigation, concluded that actually these schools operated in a kind of ethnic cleansing or cultural genocide, which implies, of course, that these buildings are meaning and loaded, and that they also unequivocally qualify as instances of a difficult heritage. So the question became, what do we have to do with these school buildings? So the first example is St. Michael's, which was demolished in 2015 after it had some also questionable uses, such like dancing or a nightclub. But due to insufficient funding, the band actually wasn't able to make it into the band's offices and a language school. And after some years of non-use, it was demolished. The thing is, what it makes interesting to have this as a case here is also because it shows that certain repurposes or its non-use and dilapidation or neglect also, and its demolition also risk to imply a denial of its history and its insignificance. So the absence of an appropriate response and reuse can also be problematic, because again, it may create this aura of irrelevance. And as also Wanda mentioned 2 days ago in her keynote, it might be better not to neglect or demolish these kind of buildings, since they then are eradicated from our memory, or it seems that we make this statement at least. Another example is Kamloops, which is actually, there are plans to have a healing center within it, which also would symbolically acknowledge the past relevance and also ensure its remembrance. And also it illustrates, I think, Rumiko's point yesterday of understanding critically through adaptive architecture. Then thirdly, there's the St. Eugene Mission School, which has also been left long in a neglected state, but the band acquired sufficient funds and now runs and owns the site. And this also means that the reappropriation also rejects the apparent irrelevance that paralleled its neglected state before. However, in the case of St. Eugene, I think also this exemplifies the tension which I also mentioned with the moral design paradox, because it may offer economic opportunities to transform a site of the dark history in this way, and also in economical ways, but it also raises ethical concerns, because there seems to be a risk of apparently instrumentalizing the culture and the past and the history for some kind of financial and development gain, which also can lead to some kind of skepticism. So in other words, the deliberative design process within adaptive reuse is the architect's responsibility. It means that the design will always be precariously balancing between meanings and values of the past, present, and future. And so designing for adaptive reuse implies one has to acknowledge, on the one hand, the already existing meanings and values, while on the other hand, one has to allow and create space for this reenactment. New meanings and values have to be given space to flourish and to unfold. However, a design may just focus too much on the already existing, thereby downsizing the potential, or it may emphasize the emergence of new meanings and thereby seemingly or effectively disacknowledging what is considered significant already. Henceforth, the adaptive reuse paradox. And so this adaptive reuse in general, has necessarily a symbolic and moral dimension, I think. So once buildings have some degree of a relevant past, meaning or values attached to them, their neglect and even their reuse might create a perception of irrelevance. In general, adaptive reuse intends to interrelate past meanings, values, existing attachments to new potentials, and it allows also for reappropriations and resignifications while somehow also acknowledging or reacting to this past. Of course, this is done by its design and program. So it implies that the designer has to precariously balance between these existing meanings and those entitled to unfold and flourish, and also means that we judge those designs by their deliberative design processes. Because it is within this design process, within the deliberation itself, that those kind of judgments about significance and moral relevance and societal acknowledgement are made. Hence again, it shows the importance of moral symbolical understanding within adaptive reuse, and thus the importance of ethical choice and critical thinking in design as such, and also in the theory about adaptive reuse in architecture. Now, this precarious balance is what we propose to call the adaptive reuse design paradox. So to conclude, the attempt to explain this moral symbolical dimension in adaptive reuse and to reflect on adaptive reuse interventions, their imminent meaning, reveals them to be firstly morally charged, because these sites will always, and these buildings will always concern value and meaning, laden symbolic and entities and the symbolic world, and will also be perceived as well as by the public and those who have to use them. Secondly, these design decisions have to be morally informed, because we will have to recognize this dimension of meaning and values, and we'll have to allow them into our reasonings about our design choices. And thirdly, it means also that interior architects and architects as designers will be held morally accountable for their designs. They will have to be able to explain their choices also on moral grounds. So overall, adaptive reuse and architectural design are heavily invested with moral choice and thus with agency. The first question then is whether we sufficiently acknowledge this within architectural theory, education, and practice. And the second question is whether we sufficiently support architects and architectural students to think about their designs in these substantially ethically and moral ways, and also to design critically. So I end where I started, which is the question, how should we think about design? And in his book, Ethical Design Intelligence, the virtuous designer, Philippe Lanuza, near the end of his book, wrote provocatively, and here I quote, what is programmatic is that such ethical knowledge is not recognized, not consistently received, and not appropriately included in design education and beyond. Adding to this state of affairs, designers don't really understand that they need a contemplative disposition so as to adopt an ethical perspective on the practice. Thank you. And if you want, there are some formal readings if you are really interested in the topic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chris. That was also, you know, the wonderful thing about a conference is you get to know people a little bit. And so I had a small soundbite of that presentation at the dinner last night, and really nice to see the kind of development of the work. It's really provocative. We have found Theo Maligeay online. Theo, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to thank the organizing committee first for giving me the opportunity of presenting this research and those documents. And secondly, I would like to apologize to everyone in the audience and in the committee for my tardiness. It seems that I was unable to calculate the time difference correctly. Apologies. We tend to know the American counterculture through its cliches: clothes, music, drugs, political protests. However, these are only the most visible traces of what was in fact a much broader social and spatial experiment. What is much less discussed is the counterculture's architecture. And yet, architecture in the counterculture is just as revealing as any other medium. It organized how people lived, how they shared space, how they worked, and how they related to inherited environments. A small but important body of scholarship has addressed this question. William Shadeskin's chapter, published in the first edition of Charles Jenks' Architecture Today in 1981, offered an early and detailed mapping of countercultural architectural practices. Caroline Magnac-Benton, in French Encounters with the Counterculture, examines how American countercultural practices circulated into French architectural and pedagogical contexts after 1968. More recently, Andrew Blovelt's exhibition Hippie Modernism in 2015 reframed this moment as a coherent design field rather than a marginal episode. The catalog essays, especially those by Simon Sadler, Felicity Scott, and Greg Castillo, demonstrate that counterculture design includes not only iconic projects, but also vernacular and domestic architectural transformations. Within this literature, attention often focuses on ex nihilo constructions, the domes of Drop City, the honeycombs of Arcosanti and its arcology, and Michael Reynolds' Earthships. These projects are important, but they follow a logic of starting from scratch, of building total systems from zero. What I want to focus on instead are rural agricultural compounds in the United States in the early 1970s that were not built anew, but taken over and transformed. Barns, farmhouses, dairies, and sheds became the material basis for new forms of communal and queer life. Indeed, the best sources for these practices are two underground magazines, Country Women and Rural Fairy Digests. These publications are crucial because they do not offer external accounts. They are self-produced documents written by the participants themselves. As we can see from the quotation, Rural Fairy Digest emerged in dialogue with the earlier Country Women. Together, they stood out within the underground press of the period for treating rural and communal life not as a marginal backdrop, but as something to be documented from within in all its everyday textures and experiments. The magazine's function as distributed architectural archives, articles circulate instructions, reflections, and lived experiences across geographically dispersed communes. This forms a shared but decentralized knowledge system. The temporal focus on roughly 1970 to 1975 corresponds to the immediate post-1969 countercultural moment when many communities left urban centers and began long-term experiments in rural settlements. My objective is to understand what kinds of spatial transformations occurred when queer and countercultural communities occupied agricultural compounds, and how these transformations can be understood as architectural reuse. Not only renovation, but the reprogramming of existing structures through new uses, meanings, and social relations. The Outlaw Builder Studio was an architectural class offered at University of California, Berkeley in 1971 and 1972. Its conveners, Sim van der Rin and Jim Campe, rejected traditional design methods, instead sending students to work directly with rural construction environments. They engage with existing structures, salvage materials, abandoned farm buildings, leftover infrastructures, treating construction and dismantling as inseparable. To raise funds, the studio produced a leaflet featuring an image of communal barn raising on its cover, a practice from 19th century agrarian America, later preserved by old order Amish communities, where experienced neighbors led volunteer crews and labor was rewarded through reciprocity, what the Amish would call a frolic. Greg Castillo, in his analysis of the leaflet, connects it to the concept of a usable past. I quote, "Alternatively, retrieving a visual document of a self-built legacy that spurned commodified labor and proprietary skills can be seen in another way, as an attempt to identify a usable past, the term coined by the American literary critic Van Wyck Brooks to distinguish antecedent efforts capable of informing radical thought and action in the here and now. This concept that historical practices can be strategically retrieved to inform contemporary resistance finds direct evidence in Country Women. One contributor describes how her family of 7, faced with a derelict one-room shack and a dairy barn on their new property, initially resisted the idea of living in the barn, but necessity led to opportunity. And I quote, "Here was our opportunity to try out all those things we kept reading and talking about." What follows is a detailed account of adaptation: removing agricultural debris, scrubbing walls, removing cow stanchions, installing floors and partitions, and converting a milk house into a kitchen. The barn, originally designed for agricultural use, becomes a flexible living space accommodating children, animals, gardens, and communal work. This transformation demonstrates how countercultural communities used existing structures not as constraints, but as foundations for new ways of living. Exactly the kind of strategic retrieval of the past that Castillo identifies as the usable past. Next, I would like to focus on two case studies taken from Rural Fairy Digest to show how precisely adaptive reuse transforms spatial relations in countercultural and queer rural architecture. I chose a multi-scalar approach from the intimate space of a kitchen to the broader scale of a rural compound to reveal how spatial recoding operated at different levels. Rather than fixed designs, these are lived environments constantly adjusted through daily use. The collective kitchen described in the pages of Rural Fairy Digest's 6th issue began with a recurring breakdown. Cooking, dishwashing, and cleaning created persistent conflicts. The text frames these tensions not as interpersonal failure, but as spatially induced. The kitchen's disorganization, lack of counter space, scattered utensils, poor circulation, made meal preparation cognitively and physically exhausting, with the author linking spatial inefficiency directly to psychological depletion. The solution is minimal yet transformative. A long, deep, continuous counter serving as a shared work field. And I quote from the text, "Our most indispensable asset in the kitchen is the cutting board." No, not a board actually, but a whole counter, about 7 feet long and more than 2 feet deep. 2 people can work there comfortably. A lot of the hassles of fixing a meal for a large group of people are alleviated by simply having a large work surface. This single element reorganizes labor by allowing multiple people to work simultaneously without hierarchical task separation, turning cooking into a coordinated parallel process. A second principle, radical proximity of tools and materials, eliminates interruption by placing everything within immediate reach. Storage integrates into the working perimeter in the countercultural kitchen. This reorganization extended into behavioral regulation. Waste sorting between compost, burnable, and non-burnable waste embedded an ecological responsibility directly into kitchen routines. The result was a domestic space where cooperation emerged from spatial conditions that made participation easier than withdrawal. The kitchen thus inscribed values, anti-friction labor, shared legibility of tools and processes, and a redistribution of domestic work into continuous collective flow rather than segmented individual tasks. Secondly, I would like to focus on a larger example, the Hopbrook Commune advertisement presented in the first issue of Rural Fairy Digest. Hopbrook Commune applied similar logic at the scale of the compound itself. Occupying a farmhouse, a barn under conversion, and agricultural land, the community adapted existing structures incrementally, each maintaining partial autonomy while contributing to an evolving spatial assemblage. The commune reframed spatial categories as contingent. I quote, "We recognize from the start that all divisions are false. There is, in reality, no inside and outside. Yet, for practical purposes, we make divisions. Boundaries between domestic and agricultural space, private and communal zones, or interior and exterior remain present but reversible, never stabilizing into permanent hierarchies. The barn conversion exemplified this. It preserved traces of its agricultural function while accommodating new forms of dwelling, allowing domestic life, communal interaction, and productive labor to coexist without clear separation. This spatial ambiguity mirrored the commune's social organization. Membership depended on affective compatibility rather than formal rules, with conflict addressed through direct interpersonal encounter. Finally, the spatial transformations I have described should not be understood simply as practical or economic adaptations. They were also deeply connected to questions of gender and sexuality. This becomes particularly visible when these communal experiments are placed alongside another major reconfiguration of domestic space taking place in the United States during the same period. The transformation of middle-class domesticity through the Playboy universe analyzed by activist Paul B. Preciado in Pornotopia. Preciado argues that Hugh Hefner's Playboy project sought to dismantle the post-war domestic order centered on the heterosexual nuclear family. The Playboy bachelor pad replaced the family home with a technologically mediated interior organized around consumption, media, and male sexual freedom. Unlike the interior analyzed by Preciado, these communes embrace inherited and visibly aged structures. Barns remain partially barns, domestic and productive spaces overlapped. The past, therefore, did not necessarily function as a conservative force. Older rural forms could instead become refugees for experimental social relations, precisely because they existed outside the regulated spatial order of post-war suburban modernity. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thanks very much, Theo. We'll get to our third presentation, which is Felipe Lanuza.
All right. Well, thank you to the organizers for this opportunity. And sorry that I could not join in person. So, records of resistance, art and architecture versus urban regeneration at the Aylesbury Estate and Burgess Park. Both sites sit next to each other in South London. The Aylesbury is a modernist council estate that once consisted of around 2,400 dwelling units, now subject to a contentious regeneration project taking decades to develop. Whilst Burgess Park has 56 hectares of recently revamped green areas and a range of amenities. The most pressing issues of the Aylesbury's redevelopment involved the gentrification and displacement of affecting vulnerable people and communities and minorities. Whilst these debates are mostly circumscribed to the site itself, I observed the Aylesbury estate in its overlooked relation to Burgess Park, showing how both sites relate to one another. The narratives underpinning the current regeneration of the Aylesbury estate make little mention to Burgess Park, yet an iconic image of the project shows both sites in seamless continuity, as if it was one. Planning documents show that improvements to the park formed part of the overall Aylesbury regeneration strategy. 30 years ago, Southwark Council envisioned Burgess Park, at that point largely neglected, as an opportunity to increase the land value of the area before regenerating the Aylesbury. The park's renovation is widely regarded as positive and is welcomed by local people, in contrast to the more controversial and seemingly unrelated demolition and replacement of the Aylesbury estate. Burgess Park and the Aylesbury estate are related products of modernist post-war planning, but their design and execution differed greatly. The open green space we know today as Burgess Park was proposed in the County of London plan in 1943 and was slowly and fragmentarily built from the 1950s onwards, replacing old terraced houses and factories that grew associated to the west end of the Grand Surrey Canal. Considering the future presence of the park, the Aylesbury was erected between 1967 and 1977 on its north side, after demolishing poor quality tenement buildings. Burgess Park's green spaces were linked up just in the early 1980s. Several pre-existing, yet-to-be-cleared buildings lingered for many more years, contributing to a sense of incompleteness to the park. Different development processes implied contrasting physical results. The Aylesbury appeared mostly as a series of uncompromising modernist slabs of different heights, sitting on a cleared ground. Burgess Park is a piecemeal development, resulting from incomplete erasures and unfinished projects implemented across 6 decades until the more recent regeneration works in the area began in 2010. One thing in common, however, is the lack of adequate maintenance and investment in both sites from the 1980s onwards, affecting local communities. In the case of the Aylesbury, Loretta Lees calls this a managed decline, where authorities neglect public housing estates, which then helps justify their replacement. Burgess Park holds a palimpsest-like quality, as it keeps elements of its pastime. Some of them are recognizable and cared for heritage landmarks dating from the industrial past of the site, like the lime kiln located by the former Grand Surrey Canal, or the pedestrian bridge crossing it. They encompass the historical identity of Burgess Park. But the park retains other, more subtle traces and fragments of its past configurations, often overlooked and not considered as of heritage status. These traces are like loose ends, reminders that appear almost like found objects, not effectively adapted into the present use of the park, like these pavings forming a semicircle for no apparent reason, which were unintentionally left to appear as question marks about the site's past. Those loose ends can trigger a more open experience of the park's memory, marked by strangeness and absence, stimulating our imagination. But the implementation of a new park design in 2010 and its subsequent updates seeks to improve its so-called coherence and legibility, disregarding those loose ends. These comparatively small erasures are not only a contrasting parallel to the replacement of the Aylesbury estate taking place in the backdrop, but are instrumental and integral to it. The traces and fragments left by partial erasures and incomplete projects that can still be found in the park refer us to absences, to streets, factories, and houses that are not there anymore but can be reimagined, revealing the mnemonic depth of the place, as Sébastien Marot would define it. They strangely reflect absence as it comes through in the Aylesbury estate, which we cannot regard in positive terms, however. According to the ongoing regeneration, the Aylesbury estate, arranged in several blocks enclosing green spaces and containing a range of public facilities, is set to disappear completely in the coming years. Jane Rendell, Loretta Lees, and Ben Campkin have criticized the Aylesbury's regeneration and further engaged in its defense, presenting the negative impacts of this on disadvantaged people and communities. Meanwhile, in Burgess Park, loose ends are tightened up, so the park is improved to a standard conforming to the socially restrictive and culturally reductive new development, which is set to replace one of the most ambitious council housing schemes of the welfare state in the UK. The so-called regeneration has been anything but smooth, facing the resistance of communities and people across the state and beyond. For example, Aizen Dennis, a council flat tenant who has fiercely campaigned against the privatization of the state and its demolition and renewal since 1999. Months before being evicted from her home, she had the idea of turning her flat into an exhibition space to expose the negative effects of urban regeneration and raise awareness in the wider public. The Fight for Aylesbury exhibition was organized by a group of residents and supporters, led by Alessia Gamarota, who acted as both main artist and curator. The exhibition was a tribute to the efforts of the Aylesbury estate's community to keep their homes and defend public housing in London. Most importantly, the exhibition provided overwhelming evidence, gathered over the years, of an uncaring and unsustainable regeneration process. The exhibition opened for about a month and incorporated a series of events and activities involving people of the community and beyond. A meeting place, as Alessia Gamarota says, much like Aizen's flat had always been over the years, consistently open to everyone. I 3D laser scanned the exhibition in April 2023. This technology is usually employed to aid the conservation of architectural heritage, for it provides accurate and comprehensive information of buildings for the material and structural assessment and conservation. What we're doing here is not too different. Beyond its monotonous design and state of neglect, the Aylesbury estate was home to diverse communities, sustaining the social and cultural heritage of the area. The soul-defiant presence of Aizen's flat, suspended in a seemingly immaterial building, reflects both the vulnerability of people and place. Shortly after documenting the flat, Wendover, a large high-rise building where Aizen and her sister moved in 1993, was boarded up and is now inaccessible, earmarked for demolition as part of the Regeneration's next phase. Its communities are scattered across London and the UK, so people lost their support networks. This is the public corridor from which you can access the flat, shown in plan above the rectangular flat actually below on the screen. The flat's layout is simple, with generous room proportions, views, and quality daylight not often seen in new developments. This is a section along the entrance space and the flat's corridor. One of the key exhibition themes is the ballot in 2001, where over 3/4 of the state residents said no to the council's plan for its privatization. The authorities disregarded these results, however, to put forward a strategy to demolish the estate in 2005. In this section, from left to right, the bathroom, a one-person cinema to watch the history of the Aylesbury estate, then the toilet, which is unsurprisingly devoted to Southwark Council, and on the right, Pinar's room with a tribute to her life. She was Aizen's sister and main support. She passed away suddenly in 2019. Aizen's room was devoted to mental health, reflecting on the impact of decades of uncertainty and community struggle to keep their homes whilst members being forced away. In the case of leaseholders, Southwark Council offered them a very low price for their flats, way below the market price of properties in the area. Many of them faced expropriation. Becoming an archive on display, the exhibition integrated a wide range of works into a counter-narrative of urban change that comes from the perspective of the residents themselves, showing the impact of their redevelopment on their lives. Each room and each corner of the flat became an art installation, showing both the domestic and intimate dimensions of Aizen's life and her public persona as a leading campaigner. Since Aizen continued living there, pieces of furniture and daily use objects remained in place to naturally become part of the exhibition itself, showing how daily life and personal memories were shaped by almost 25 years of struggle. The living room was devoted to perspectives on gentrification and environmental damage characterizing the Regeneration. It also celebrated the 2015 occupation, when a group of squatters seized vacated buildings of the Aylesbury for months to protest against the demolition and redevelopment of the estate. The virtual version of the Fight for Aylesbury exhibition gives it a new voice, amplifying and making its message more accessible to raise public awareness. For this, not only the 3D laser scanning documentation is being used, there you can see the website. You're welcome to visit. But also, this virtual exhibition is using photograph and other records of the exhibition and its related events, integrated in a website created by Alessia Gamarota. Last year, we held a public-facing community event to pre-launch the website and digital exhibition. Held in Warworth Living Room, a place very much connected to the Aylesbury community, just a few steps from the estate. Here's the program for the day. I printed out the 3D laser scan images forming a little exhibition accompanying the event. We had 3 computers for attendance to explore the website, and they provided feedback on it, on the 3D laser scan images exhibited, and on the regeneration process. This event also helped a bit to relaunch the campaign against the regeneration. To conclude, a few points for discussion. Just as the rich palimpsest of Burgess Park and its different layers have been flattened into a more generic and exclusive public space populated with a few almost tokenistic heritage objects, the social-cultural richness of the Aylesbury is disappearing with the demolition of buildings and the displacement of people. The 3D laser scan images suggest fragility and immateriality, but they also assert the importance of the building and the home, of its materiality and spatiality, for those intangible social dimensions to take place. By intersecting activism, feminism, and domesticity, the realization of Aizen's idea of turning her flat into an exhibition is a brave statement for reusing the architecture of the Aylesbury, but more importantly, for doing so with and for the people. Here, in-use architecture became a means of storytelling, not only hosting an arts exhibition, but adapted into it by making explicit its contextual reality whilst keeping what makes it a home. It crystallized the different layers of a life lived and a fight fought in, from, and for that flat, a fight also for the homes of friends, neighbors, and beyond. The digital record has an immaterial quality that somehow reflects the looming absence of the building and the life it sustained. But it also marks possession and resistance. May the digital conservation of the architecture help keep its physical shell, to afford the life and memory of the Aylesbury estate a new beginning. An extended earlier version of my paper today can be found in the conference Proceedings London Heritage 2025, done in collaboration with Alessia Gamarota. And well, as you can see on the screen, this is a collective effort in which I played just a little part. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Felipe. We'll move to our next presentation. And this is by Adam Thibodeaux from the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee. Adam, yeah, welcome.
All right. My name is Adam Thibodeaux. I am an architect and an assistant professor in the Department of Architecture at the University of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, where my teaching and research are centered on adaptive reuse of architecture that once sheltered populations marginalized by difference. My work advocates for expanded heritage value assignments and practices of preservation and adaptive reuse, which decenter permanence, material coherence, and architectural authorship. And yeah, the paper I'll be presenting today is titled Against Coherence, Queer Ephemera and Adaptive Frameworks of Value, and it makes for like a more focused case study centric argument for these like broader expansions of heritage value by looking specifically at the ephemeral evidence of use that queer users specifically leave on space. Yeah, so importantly, in this paper, I'm using the word coherence in two sort of overlapping ways. First, coherence as a preservation demand, the expectation that a place's significance can be organized around like an established period of historical significance or like an identifiable architectural character. And then second, coherence as a perceptual habit. So like the tendency to notice what already fits into like the categories that we've been trained to see. So arguing like against coherence, it's really just like a call for a broader framework of value that can attend to traces and like atmospheres and yeah, rituals and just generally like social worlds that might not be visually stable or like materially intact. Okay, I'm gonna, start with a pair of quotes that from very like two different sources that anchor the opposite ends of the kind of source material that I use in this paper. But together they like pretty succinctly summarize the tension of the paper. Up top is a statement from the Austin Historic Landmark Commission's review of 301 West 6th Street, which houses a leather bar called the Iron Bear, which is the main case study that I use in like the latter half of the paper. I'll revisit this specific quote later, but it's basically from the document filed by the party opposed to the building's demolition, where they did argue like in favor of it meeting two historic criteria, but they also, in one specific category, they described the property as not being significant to the cultural identity of the city, the neighborhood, or a particular demographic group. And then, the below are two passages from Sarah Ahmed's Queer Phenomenology, where she reminds that perception is directional. We face certain things, and because we face them, other things recede to the background. So the familiar becomes like so available that it stops appearing as like an object of attention. So like Sarah Ahmed helps sort of name the sort of perceptual phenomena that anchor or sort of lead to certain assessments like the one by the Austin Historic Landmark Commission. Really just that like preservation, like any discipline, it's oriented. It faces certain objects, whether it's facades, fabrics, authorship, chronology. And then as it faces them, other things recede into the background. Yeah, so the question then is what would it mean to reorient preservation towards the background, considering value in coherence? Okay, the paper primarily moves through 3 parts. First, I outline the theoretical problem in queer ephemera as evidence and the challenges it poses to conventional preservation methods. And then second, I situate the problem in relation to preservation's language of architectural legibility. And then finally, I turn to the case study in Austin to show how those categories can fail to register ephemeral cultural value, even when that value is like publicly known and like tied to a place. And yeah, I will say I also like have written a revised version of this paper since I submitted these slides, where I switched this case study with a current project I'm working on with the Milwaukee Preservation Alliance. But like for today, I'll stick with this original case study, which generally like it still operates within the same sort of like parameters of the Secretary of the Interior, which is like a national set of standards that regulates preservation practice in the United States. So still relevant, a little older. Okay, a helpful starting point for historical reference are the Chelsea piers in New York City during the height of the AIDS epidemic, when gay men adapted the marginalized architecture of the abandoned piers for their marginalized use. The appropriative practices of adaptive reuse in these spaces like included overlapping functions and practices that were like often informal or illicit, and so they were not always meant to be permanently recorded. Yeah, one of my favorite sort of points of reference for this are the photos of the Chelsea piers taken by Alvin Baltrop, which record forms of inhabitation that exist within, but also like specifically because of the incoherent architectural space of the abandoned piers. Yeah, so like queer life often becomes visible in spaces that are themselves understood as, marginal, which are not always designed for queer life, but are then like adapted through queer use. Cool. Yeah. So like when, we look at like Baltrop's images, like this one depicting one of Gordon Matta Clark's cutting projects in the Chelsea piers called Day's End, we're looking at proof of like a different sort of evidentiary condition that, like values trace the gesture or even like the memory of use in absence of the sort of physical presence of a permanent mark to show, that those things carry weight. Okay, this brings us to Jose Esteban Munoz's idea of ephemera as evidence, which is the main conceptual anchor of this essay. In the specific essay I reference, he begins with a series of photographs by Tony Just, which come out of like an extended performance where Just went into a public men's room, specifically what was called a tea room, or a space where gay men met to engage in public sex, and scrubbed it clean before photographing it. And so, like Munoz argues that the resulting images index several things at once, like the anonymous sexual acts that had taken place there, Just's labor of cleaning, and like the later documentation of its of the practice, which is it sort of receives its charge from the absence of legible use, known only to those who appropriated the space in a specifically coded way. Okay. Yeah, so basically, Munoz's key point is that Just makes the space legible through erasure. He cleans the room, which means he removes the most direct traces of use. But for Munoz, that erasure sort of like redoubles the historical condition of queer evidence, which is generally the fact that like queer adaptations of space are often as absent as they are present as physical records of use. Okay, second part of the essay, I situate Munoz's ephemera up against standards of historic preservation, specifically those that govern preservation practice in the United States. Let's see, the National Park Service guidelines shown here are part of a broader preservation vocabulary that put explicit emphasis on, quote, forms, features, and materials. And yeah, in this introduction, they sort of go even further to focus on, quote, distinctive materials, features, finishes, construction technique, examples of craftsmanship. And then in the NPS's Preservation Brief 17, they take it another step further, basically, assigning specific value to visual character and, quote, tangible elements. I won't read the second quote, but it's super interesting in particular because it does sort of like recognize potential value for non-tangible elements, but says they're specifically not relevant to the practice of preservation. Okay, and then yeah, inevitably the result is, of such narrow standards is the devaluation of immaterial cultural heritage, which is, results in further erasure through demolition, is documented here by, again, by Alvin Baltrop of the Chelsea Piers being demolished in 1978. Yeah, and there has been some broader pushback against preservation's focus on the material. For example, the 2011 UNESCO recommendation of historic urban landscape emphasizes the sort of layering of cultural values within broader contexts. It does sort of go so far as to specifically mention or balance the sort of tangible and intangible components. But it is like worth kind of, more critically interrogating like a mostly absent definition of what they refer to frequently throughout the memo as cultural value, which, is like inevitably like sort of determined by structures of power and forms of embodied deviance that exist outside of such power structures, don't always like desire to have their contributions sort of remain to the level of like monumental heritage, as they say here. Okay, and yeah, and then I conclude the paper with the first version of the paper with a specific case study in Austin, which shows the phenomena in practice as evidenced sort of in the court proceedings of regarding the demolition of 301 West 6th Street in Austin in 2022. There was initially pushback from the queer community in particular, as the current tenant was a leather bar called the Iron Bear, and yeah, they'd be forced out of the space with demolition. It's really interesting when you dig deep into the sort of public documents of the hearing. I won't go through it, but basically they had to like had to meet two criteria for preservation. The two it met ended up being like architecture for its like industrial style, and then also historical association for its relation to like various ice cream companies and the Capital Seed Company. But yeah, the more like interesting point of the filing was their assessment of criteria D, community value, which is the quote I sort of introduced at the beginning, where they stated that, quote, the property does not possess a unique location, physical characteristic, or significant feature that contributes to the character, image, or cultural identity of the city, the neighborhood, or a particular demographic group. So yeah, this provides pretty concrete evidence that when you're arguing for value of preservation within sort of existing legal frameworks, at least in the United States, use by marginalized populations is so like far outside of a realm of consideration that it's like not even really worth raising. And even though there were like a number of community activists there to sort of support the Iron Bear, there's no sort of formal documentation of or mention of the Iron Bear or the queer community in any of the sort of official documents that are archived on the city website. And yeah, I mean, I'd say like, again, like Ahmed's language of orientation, which I also read at the beginning, does help us read this case like in a very specific way. The review process is oriented towards like building as a physical object. And then that orientation determines what comes forward and what recedes. And yeah, so if the process sort of faces architectural character, then use that manifests like as adaptation and ephemera can become background. And so essentially like asking for, consideration of queer ephemera isn't like intended to make preservation practice less rigorous. It's just trying to really make it rigorous in different ways. And yeah, Munoz gave a language for that work. Ephemera really names what's after performance, but it also gives us like an idea of a practice for how to view these conditions.
All right. Thank you so much, Adam. Really interesting interpretation of intangible heritage in that ice cream and tea trumps the bear community. So it's question time. So if the speakers want to come up and sit up here with me, then we can have the audience ask some questions. So, and we brought our online team here. I have some notes myself, but first let's ask, are there some questions from the audience for our speakers? And we can bring a microphone around so you can ask. Our early morning our uncaffeinated audience, I can ask a question myself. So I think one of the things that is kind of running through all the presentations is this kind of like ethical, the question of ethics as an architect as a kind of an editor, or planning committees as kind of editors, where there's a kind of a decision with a contested history that things are, and I thought the Sarah Ahmed quote was brilliant, where we see things in our frame of view and exclude things. And so I wondered if each of you wanted to talk about, I guess in a sense, the position of the architect in that role. How might we, there's lots of students listening, how might we actually become more attuned to seeing the invisible?
Yeah, actually, I have a pretty specific opinion on that question. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's important, like in a lot of these cases, to understand that like a lot of, especially stuff I presented is like pretty well acknowledged by folks, like not only sort of in like adjacent practices, but also specifically in preservation. But a big part of the problem a lot of the time is just sort of like the inability to communicate like I said, the tangible value. Like it's so often you hear folks, I specifically work like in sort of advocating for preservation of queer spaces. And it's very often that, a case will be made for a building, actually like the one that I'm working on in Wisconsin, that were like a part of its history was queer use. But then typically like there's that sort of limiting factor in practice, at least in the United States, that sort of forces architects or the preservationists to adhere to like a standard of the sort of period of historical significance that exists like outside of that usually like, yeah, exists outside of sort of those eras of marginalized use. And so typically those things are like stripped away. And so I think that the thing that I've found is like the most useful contribution that I can have as an architect is like communicating an actual like visual value in relation to like the very like human narratives. And so I've been doing like a series of these sort of research projects we've been calling ghost labs, where essentially we like go to these buildings and we use grants to sort of like pay the building owners to use the space. And they're usually like in a state of like before demolition, or like actually the current one is being preserved for its historic value, but is in process of it. And like what we actually try to do is like locate some of these sort of ghosts, is what we call them, very similar to like what Felipe presented about the sort of stones, and then sort of create a visual like language around human storytelling around them. And so I think that's actually like a real big consideration, at least for like the students in the room, is understanding like what our specific role is. Because like, yeah, I was like very much sort of working like as like an activist before I was working as an academic. And so I understand there's like a lot of folks on the ground who already have the expertise and actually know a lot more than me about a lot of these things. But what I can communicate is like the visual language. And I do think they appreciate having somebody to like take that load. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, it's the question is indeed to what extent are we editing? Because with the editing job, it also requires like also we can acknowledge that we aren't the sole authors of buildings and sites and meanings. At the same time, I think that especially with regard to students, that it's also helpful to learn them understand that they have a kind of responsibility because they have to facilitate and they have to provide this language. But at the same time, I think it makes sense to try to help them understand that they will inevitably face conflict, and very often, not only like external but also internal. How will you decide on what design decisions to take? And I think that as long as we can raise sufficient awareness, that with augmented awareness, we can also help a lot. Because when you see, consider, for instance, if you look at more philosophical discussions about moral conflicts, then it often seems that although conflicts are very often very difficult, they are also very often or not insoluble. So in a sense, and then how we judge those decisions is often by the extent to what people have shown a kind of deliberative awareness of what was at stake. So as long as I think we can, if we can increase awareness, then we are on a good path, even though we will have to acknowledge that we will have to face conflict and loss as well, I think. So, but the thing is that how we justify and how we communicate our decisions, and the more we are able to do this in a qualitative way, I think we can also try to keep as many as people and meanings and values on board. Because even though you can not always act on all of them, acknowledge them then as relevant, even though that you have to admit that there will be some kind of loss, will still be an acknowledgement. So I think in that sense, it's also, especially for students, to important to raise this kind of awareness and learn them. Then okay, you will have to deliberate, face conflict, and decide as well and take responsibility.
Thank you so much to you both. I don't know, Theo or Felipe, if you wanted to respond to the question.
Yeah, sorry, just very briefly. I totally agree with the two first responses, and I think, I mean, it's like editor/curator, really. I mean, to my understanding, one thing that usually architects are expected to do is, like, I mean, is just being a practitioner, sort of, executing or realizing things. And I think that what I could add probably is that we have to defend our position. I mean, the architecture's position as a discipline, as a way of understanding, as a way of knowing, and that is what we have to communicate, I think. And from that point of view, sort of try and convince and engage in, of course, political struggles sometimes and discussions, and accepting that and embracing that. But I think it is a matter of communicating architecture as a way of understanding and how we see things, more than just executing our work.
Great, thank you.
I may say a few words on the issue as well.
Yes,
First of
yes,
all, I would like to thank Felipe for using the word palimpsest, which I think is very relevant to the issue of the canon and how things get erased through multiple layering of archives. And for example, in my topic, for example, the trace of countercultural architecture, which was preserved so well in the 1981 edition of Architecture Today, was later erased by Charles Jenks' editorial gesture. And as well, the Rural Fairy Digest of today is completely different from the Rural Fairy Digest of the early 1970s. And so once again, we have an editorial shift that tends to erase the existing evidence of countercultural architecture or radical architecture, generally speaking. And so if I had to frame it as a kind of advice, although I don't know if I'm in the best position to do so, but be very aware of the palimpsest-like nature of the archive, and that what you're seeing may be a second or a third version.
Really amazing responses. Thank you, the four of you. There is a question online. Claudio, hey, hi. Do you think there's a coherent, radical relationship between counterculture and adaptive reuse? To embrace the philosophy of adaptive reuse seems somehow necessary to react and transgress the status quo. If there's any of you that would like to respond, or all of you.
Yes, I think there is something very true in that reuse does not create something out of nothing. And when I was studying the counterculture, I was led to discover how many of the countercultural values were not as opposed to the mainstream values that they seem to counter, but actually more of a reinterpretation, deviation, and the mainstream culture continued to survive through the counterculture version of them. So yeah, I very much agree, actually.
Is there, yeah. Oh, Felipe, thank you.
Yeah.
You're the moderator today. Yes.
Yeah, taking advantage of bigness on the screen.
Yeah.
It's more of a thought than a question. It's I think it's open, but mainly I was thinking of it for Chris. I think it was on the adaptive reuse paradox. How does the paradox of adaptive reuse change depending on the presence of the word heritage in the equation? Because I was thinking that heritage, if it is there as a sort of, as a value, it becomes part of the program. It becomes automatically part of the future, part of something that has to be, has to be taking place. Whilst if not, if heritage is not there, if there's no value of the past, I mean, this kind of palimpsestic quality of the past, as Theo was mentioning, is there like just it's up to the client and the architect perhaps just to work out in which ways it's sort of that paradox sort of becomes a bit imbalanced. I think when heritage is there, the past is kind of safe, whilst if the question of heritage is not there, or the value of the word or the understanding of heritage is not there, then it's different. And I would like to bring up Enric Miralles, a Catalan architect's thought about, it was like a bit like this: everything that once existed in a place has to be part of the project as a sort of radical starting point for design. So yeah, it's like I thought of this kind of imbalances of the paradox depending on heritage being present or absent as a value, as a framework.
Thank you so much. I'm going to, yeah, here we go.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's actually like an interesting response to the initial question, because maybe the argument of at least my paper is that like the starting point of the challenge is defining heritage and sort of value more broadly. I think it's like established in a lot of texts, like, I mean, like the UNESCO one that I presented is a good example, where they do repeat frequently like cultural value. And there is like a really broadened expansion of like, like heritage value is potentially equally as important or should be as valid as sort of material value, which is the starting point of like my argument. But then I do think the harder part is in like defining those sort of value. And I think to answer the question of like whether adaptive reuse seems somehow necessary to react and transgress the status quo, I mean, that's maybe another case where I do feel like it's important to like, it depends on how you're defining adaptive reuse in a lot of cases. Maybe actually, I mean, I do prefer the term and use the term even when I'm like, working with preservationists in particular, but I do think sometimes like preservation practice, which usually is like, regardless of whether it's like historic restoration or adaptive reuse, at least in the United States, we're still governed by preservation standards if like a property is like on the National Register. And so then it actually kind of becomes the opposite. When it is in that case, it does like actually become all about reinforcing the status quo instead of transgressing it. And so I think that's probably the bigger point of conflict is like, yeah, where are you situating value in terms of definitions of heritage inside of these like more like regulatory practices rather than just like the sort of conversational or sort of ethical ones.
Yeah, thank you, Felipe, also I just wanted to share a thought, because you mentioned like, what if heritage is not there? If it would be then a different paradox or a different kind of balancing. And I think then, of course, heritage is one kind of value, but there are many others as well. So adaptive reuse also concerns other questions like ecology and sustainability in different ways. So also there, these things, the already existent is already always there and has some kind of right, in a sense, that we can't simply disperse it. So in a way, even though, like for instance, from ecological reasons, if you simply decide not to work with the existing, then you're also making a statement in this moral symbolical dimension about, okay, the way we deal with the existent has a kind of implication on how we communicate with future generations and the world as large. So also there's a meaning and a kind of value statement and a moral decision about what we are communicating and assessing through architecture. So in a sense, I don't think heritage is the only factor or meaning constitutive element. There will be many others as well. So even though heritage as a notion and definition can be debated about, I think there are also many other things in adaptive reuse which still bring us to this kind of balancing within this kind of paradox. I don't know whether that's a good answer to the question, but yeah.
Okay, very stimulating conversation. Thank you so much to our speakers. Yeah, I have all kinds of notes and now also all kinds of new sources to run down. Really appreciated all of your insight and, you know, also speaking to, you know, how we move forward with this thing. We can't please everyone and therefore we need to make some decisions. But it's about kind of bringing forward ideas like ideas that aren't necessarily, you know, in our view, and recognizing them or making them visual somehow, like you said, so that others can participate, which is what we do as architects. So thank you very much. Okay, thank you everyone for coming.
Hey, hi everyone. So my name is Isabel Potworowski from the University of Cincinnati. I'll be moderating this session. So the theme of this session is from a culture of deadlines to a culture of multiple beginnings. And I'm going to introduce the speakers as they come up. You could read the bios in the Book of Abstracts. The first presentation will be by a group of 5 scholars, and 3 of you are here. So it's a paper about the adaptive reuse of post-World War II office towers. And the authors are Elena Guidetti, assistant professor at the Politecnico Torino and a member of the Future Urban Legacy Lab. Pauline Beekman is a PhD researcher at the Department of Architectural Engineering at Vrije Universiteit Brussels. Valdo Galle is a part-time assistant professor and the academic policy coordinator on sustainability transitions at the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, an associate researcher for the Flemish Institute for Technological Research. Caterina Bariolio is an assistant professor at the Department of Architecture and Design at Politecnico di Torino. And Niels de Timmerman is a professor at the Department of Architectural Engineering at Vrije Universiteit Brussels. So I'd like to welcome you all.
Okay, so thank you so much for the introduction. Here I am. I'm Caterina Bariolio. I'm here with Pauline Beekman and Elena Guidetti to present this paper that is part of collaboration between Politecnico di Torino and Vrije Universiteit Brussels. In this work, we focus on adaptive reuse of post-war office towers in Western cities, comparing cases between New York and Brussels. Well, we would like to briefly introduce you to the topic, starting with this cartoon from the New Yorker, where there is a father telling to his son, one day, son, all of this skyscraper that we built for no reason and light empty will be yours. Well, of course, it's a joke, but it captures a very real conditions. Indeed, since 2020, remote and hybrid work have reshaped office market, and it live in many cities, many Western cities particularly, with a large amount of vacant or underused office space. And in this context, office to residential conversions is emerging as a major strategies for urban regeneration. And so here you can see some few figures only to indicate the scale of the phenomenon and intensity of the debate. New York and Brussels, of course, are very different in terms of scale and urban dynamics, but Both cities have this, we can say, major urban questions in terms of reuse of office. And these issues is mobilizing several actors, not just professionals, but also municipalities, developers, public agency, and research groups. The debate also reveals that conversion is not a neutral process, we can say, but it's very conflictual, actually. And it sits indeed at the intersection between architectural obsolescence, housing pressures, real estate speculation, regulation, and environmental concern. So in this paper, we examine office to residential conversions across 2 Western cities and comparing 4 post-war office buildings, former office buildings, and also exploring the process through which they were actually transformed. And these are the 4 cases that we examine, 2 per city. They were originally built all of them built between the 60s and the 70s. And they are, all of them are not listed buildings. So we can say ordinary type of buildings, which makes them in some ways more representative of, in different way, we have to say, depending on the context, of a large stock of buildings that are nowadays at risk of demolition. So our aim in this is to build, in this paper, was to build a methodological toolkit to study and explore this transformation, connecting the urban conditions behind conversion with the spatial and material changes of the building. So to do so, we use critical drawings as analytical toolkits, not just as representative outcomes, we can say, to compare both design project and conversions processes. Particularly, we use 3 types of diagrams: critical timelines, circulation, and morphological diagrams. Just a couple of words of the about the first tools, that is critical timeline. Sorry. That means layered diagrams that unfold the long life of the building into multiple temporalities. You can say that is we map both the urban conditions, so policies, real estate market dynamics, and on the other side, we map the changing in the buildings, so changing in ownerships and values, use and occupancy, material transformation, and design document. So this is the type of outcomes that we had from this, and here just a couple of zoom to understand what this type of diagrams do. So it brings together dimensions, layers that are usually, we can say, read separately. So to show when and how a buildings become convertible. So to, in some ways, explore and makes visible the gradual shift from an office asset under pressure to a vacant building to a potential residential project, and then to a construction site, and finally to something new in the urban, as a sort of new urban object. And second, the timeline shows where temporal frictions occurs. So delays, acceleration, negotiations, and moment of suspension. Here, for example, is a zoom of a New York case, and you can read the concentration of recent policies supporting conversion, or in this spot, very complex one, you can read the compressions between the start of works on a buildings and the final openings of this one. So applied to other cases, the same structures allows us to compare how different urban conditions produce different conversion trajectories.
Yes, and then we also looked more into the design interventions in all of these projects. And therefore, we first created like these circulation diagrams. They allow actually to show how the program has changed of the buildings after they were converted, but also the structural modifications and the accessibility. So to showcase this, we have an example of Brussels project, as this one is the most complex shape and program. So originally it was built in the 1970s, and it had like a huge commercial plinth, and then office floors on the top. But yeah, as it became outdated, the owners of the offices decided to sell to Whitewood and Immobile. And as a location of this building was like in the center of the city, they decided to create a mixed-use project. So as you can see here in the new circulation diagrams, there's still offices in the building now at the left side of the building, while they also introduced condos, hotel, and rooftop bars. But so a consequence of having this mixed-use program is that the accessibility changes completely. So before you could enter the building for the office part from all sides, but now because of the different functions, they each need their own access point. Yeah, you can also clearly see it here. And then as we talked, they also show a bit the structural modifications of the building, so how floors were added, but also how the depth of the floor planes changed in the cases of Brussels. And in New York, it's a little bit different. There, it's not much of a mixed-use project, so the upper floors are strictly residential, while commercial spaces are limited to really the ground floor or basement levels. And then we also look more into the morphology of the project. So what we see is that both in Brussels and in New York, they focus a lot on facade adaptations, but also on creating extra floor area. So in Brussels, as already mentioned, they often add like 1 or 2 extra floors and widen the floor plates. This is possible because the buildings are not that high yet, or the depth is was originally like 16 meters, so they were able to add horizontal extension so that the building would be 20 meters deep. But this is not the case in New York. So as you can see here, the building was already like more than 30 meters deep. So it's actually quite difficult to introduce housing. So what they did here is actually create internal cores to bring light and air into the center of the building for the new apartments. But that also meant that they lost a lot of surface area. And so according to the New York regulations, they're allowed to add these loss of area to the top of the floor. So that is why you can see here that even though the building was already quite high, they added a lot of extra floors to compensate this.
Of course, we are trying to give some, let's say, cross readings that can also inform and help us to look at this phenomenon in other contexts. First of all, of course, we have been noticing, thanks to this tool that is the timeline, that is a research tool. It's just not a way to show you the results, but for us it was a proper research tool. That, of course, we do have a matter of policies that is really strong, really different in the two contexts. In the New York one, we have assisted that from 2022 up to date to a rising number of policies supporting this conversion, while in Brussels cases, we have seen that everything starts way before, but with a piece, with a rhythm more less compressed, let's say. While, of course, real estate pressure is really different. So vacancy rates are different. We are 14% in New York, around 8% in Brussels. Even the consistency of how many are these buildings, how many square meters, how the developers are putting pressure on this kind of conversion. In particular, if we see at the overlap between public and private actors, we see that municipality is running over the developers in the case of New York City, while in Brussels, they are leading the process, they are organizing the competition. So there is more, let's say, public control on this phenomenon in the very beginning. Moreover, of course, even the target is kind of different. In your cases, most of them are to rent, not to sell. So we are talking about building to rent, sorry. In the Brussels cases are all condos. means that people are buying those places. And again, in terms of the relationship between the housing crisis, is a powerful argument to foster this conversion, looking at the housing pressure. But in the case of New York City, it's quite recent, from 2024, they've been introducing an incentive. So if you are providing 25% of affordable housing, it is not low income, it's middle class housing actually, you get an enormous tax discount. In the case of Brussels, you do have actually, for the law, to provide in the very beginning a 20% of the dwellings for affordable market. If you don't sell it, you can put it in the private market. So even those different, let's say, setting are really crucial. And moreover, as also Pauline was mentioning, there are strong differences in the kind of object that we are looking at. In Neuro cases, those buildings are really deep, are really big. So even a matter of transforming them, they require more intervention of carving, of changing even much more the circulation, internal circulation, as a consequence of this carving, of course. Ground floor are differently used. Brussels cases are more mixed use. So we do have hotel spaces, we do have services, while Neuro cases are mostly focusing on housing with some shared amenities, just for the users of the building, of course. So now, today, we are really curious to know your experience in your cities, what is happening, how this, let's say, joint venture started a couple of years ago. So Caterina and I started to look at this phenomenon for a series of coincidences in your city. Then we met Pauline at a conference in Barcelona, and she's doing an amazing work with her PhD thesis, specifically on Belgium. We went to São Paulo for the last Biennale. We presented something, and then after that, we started a collaboration to go deeper in this office conversion, even in South American context, in particular in the Brazilian one. So now what we are really willing to do is to try to collect the practices that are ongoing, and how, even if we are talking about modernist building, ordinary building, they share a lot of features in common. But then contexts are really different, and even in terms of morphology, but especially in terms of policies, the galaxy that we can analyze, it's really wide. So of course, this is also a way to see if such a concept, such a phenomenon could also open up a conversation about this tension between conservation and transformation, urban implication, of course, policies in action, and last but not least, how to look at them. So if this methodological toolkit that we are working on could be expanded or be changed more specifically according to the context that we are looking at. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much.
So this paper emerged from a graduation studio we conducted in 2024, following the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria in 2023. And our studio explored how architectural education might rethink disaster response through alternative and adaptive approaches. And during the presentation, we will briefly discuss the disaster context that shaped our study, introduce our alternative framework called Use Back Better. We'll explain how it was tested within the studio environment, and finally present the mapping approach and the Highlight Shipyard case that emerged from it. The code that you see on the screen describes the earthquake near Antioch in the year 458, yet it could easily describe the aftermath of the 2023 earthquakes. During those earthquakes and after, more than 55,000 people lost their lives. Many cities were destroyed, infrastructure collapsed, and too many victims remained trapped under rubble for long days. So these disasters revealed a critical issue. Even when aid, hospitals, or emergency centers exist, they become ineffective if access systems collapse. And Turkey's geography makes it highly vulnerable to earthquakes, and emergency authorities warn that cities such as Istanbul may need to remain self-sufficient for the first 72 hours after a major disaster. As architectural educators, we began questioning how our discipline could respond differently to such crises. Today, disaster response is no longer understood only as emergency reaction. It involves long-term processes of recovery, rebuilding, resilience, and global frameworks such as the Sendai framework encourage build back better approaches that focus on safer reconstruction after disasters. And also, framework also explains about how to make the city and infrastructures ready for such disasters. However, our study proposes an alternative framework called Use Back Better. Rather than focusing only on rebuilding after destruction, this approach asks how existing buildings and infrastructures can actively function as disaster hubs before, during, and after crisis. In this framework, buildings are not simply vulnerable objects requiring repair, but potential agents of coordination, care, support, and also community resilience. This approach emphasizes activating existing local resources, social networks, and urban capacities instead of relying solely on newly built structures or new construction. We applied this framework in our undergraduate diploma studio at Yıldız Technical University in 2024. The project titled A Toolkit for Istanbul, Rethinking Architectural and Urban Spaces for Disaster Resilience, approached the city as an environment of possibilities. Rather than imagining a disaster center as a static structure waiting for a catastrophe, the studio proposed it as a continuous urban learning framework embedded within everyday life. Inspired by Heidegger's concept of Tekne, students explored hidden urban potentials beyond routine assumptions. Buildings, infrastructures, open spaces, and even abandoned urban elements were reconsidered as active components of resilience. To support this adaptive way of thinking, there were various challenges. Firstly, the priority of architectural design studios is to design new structures, as mentioned several times throughout this symposium. Secondly, the curriculum of our school, which puts great significance on highly detailed, complete architectural projects, means that students come with that knowledge and practice with the education that they received for at least 3 years before reaching the graduation stage. Therefore, we organized collaborative brainstorming workshops early in the semester. These discussions were held in groups whose participant number allowed both each student's voice to be heard, but at the same time helped the germination of lots of ideas. Also, we suggested cross-pollination for these groups, gathering a few times during the day and sharing their thinking process with whole studio. These discussions generated 4 key themes. These were industrial zones and coastline, transformation and modes of use. Third one is green spaces and transport. Fourth one is major urban structures and buildings. So these themes guided the studio throughout the term and were reflected in most of the projects. As the semester progressed, students developed individual projects, yet the studio maintained a collaborative structure through continuous sharing and discussion. Over time, these projects also became a mapping exercise that revealed Istanbul's implicit disaster response potential. Now I'd like to navigate the map and mention some of these potentials. So, for example, one of our students, Zeynep, she focused on the Küçükçekmece district, which stands as one of Istanbul's most vulnerable areas regarding seismic risk. And her project was on a significant ecosystem due to the presence of Küçükçekmece Lake and its wider lagoon area. And also, this district is one of the populous districts of Istanbul with a population approaching 1 million. But at the same time, this district has become a focal point for mega projects like the canal project proposed. So in contrast to finance-oriented living models, Zeynep proposed new settlement, an ecosystem, exploring a new way of lives along the coast of Küçükçekmece Lake. Another example was our student Ahmet's idea, which was aiming to mitigate the fragmentation between disparate urban zones that exist independently within the city center of Zeytinburnu. He was positing that by bridging these disconnected areas, social cohesion can be fostered, which was also vital in the event of a potential crisis. So the region was hosting several different amenities, such as public square, municipal buildings, stadium, police station, shopping center, and urban park, but all of which are currently operate in isolation. So his project focused on a spine to interrelate these autonomous spaces, and it was a strategy further reinforced by the program of educational and production centers designed to enrich daily life. So by this way, it was intended to establish a foundation for collective mutual aid and cooperation during post-disaster periods. One another of these examples were focusing on the use of railway systems, particularly the Marmaray line, which connects the east and west axis of the city, passing through the most populated zones. It was thinking about this railway system as a post-earthquake scenario in Istanbul. And also there were another project which was considering the heritage in a different manner. Our student was focusing on historic cisterns around Zeyrek and İbadethane streets, and were trying to integrate them into disaster scenario. So the student proposed that cisterns can be used to manage water resources sustainably during the pre-disaster period through their water storage capacity, and to meet drinking and water and basic hygiene needs during the post-disaster period. So the project proposed adaptable open-plan systems that transform the spaces for urgent needs. And also there was an aim of enhanced urban sustainability, involving measures to raise public awareness of disasters. Hydroponic vertical farming supports rapid food production, while modular units convert the partition walls into emergency spaces for resilient community recovery. There were also projects who delved into the micro-resistance potentials of the city, because there are many neighborhoods in Istanbul showing that morphological pattern composed of small scales variety. So this project focused on the neighborhood of Jibali, but also it proposes a neighborhood scale prototype for the whole city. So the departure point of the project posited that alongside large-scale rescue interventions coordinated by state organizations, the primary life-saving elements could be micro-intervention sites. So in this context, the study investigated the urban voids, derelict buildings, and dysfunctional park zones of this neighborhood. And by introducing a proposed structural framework to these sites, it integrated functions such as eateries, textile studios, wood and metal workshops, and many other things. So these microspaces designed to enrich daily life are engineered with resilient construction systems to remain functional during a disaster, serving the immediate needs of the neighborhood, but also educational spaces which would serve as the critical life-saving understanding. Another interesting idea was about interrogating the structural positioning of the municipality. Our student focused on Kadıköy municipality and on the Asian side of Istanbul. So it was decoupling the close nature of local governments and transforming them into civil society-oriented organizations that facilitate public participation, which is essential for disaster resilience. There were many other ideas which were focusing on abandoned bus stations, silos and warehouses, shipyards, meadows, shopping centers, and factory buildings. Maybe I would also add one of the projects that was focusing on an abandoned factory building, which was Göksu Rope Factory. So in this project, our student focused on actually aimed to revive industrial heritage by transforming this abandoned factory into a toolkit for disaster resilience. So this project doesn't view the abandoned factory structure as isolated volume, but instead it considered the region, the context by the concept of seam, and explored the potential of surrounding infrastructure. So I'd like to turn on the presentation to finalize. I hope you can see the PowerPoint now. This mapping exercise revealed several important insights about Istanbul's hidden potential for disaster resilience. And we found out that one recurring theme was the coastline, which many students reconsidered as a critical access route during disasters, especially in a city of nearly 20 million people where major road networks may become inoperable. So also students focused on abandoned and underused structures that could support production, transformation, recycling. Another important outcome was the mapping was idea of distributed resilience. So rather than relying on a single centralized disaster center, the study suggested rethinking the capacities of every district and potentially every neighborhood as an integrated network to disaster. And after this mapping process, actually, one of the cases explored was Haliç Shipyard case, which is also known as Tersane Amre. It's one of the oldest continuously operating maritime industrial site. But after the 1980s, a part of efforts cleaned up Istanbul's coastline, so some of the facilities were moved from here. So our actually, like, this project is now ongoing, but it's kind of trying to investigate this particular case further because of its capacity with workshops, cranes, storage spaces, transportation infrastructure, and also skilled labor networks to be suggested as an adaptive disaster response point for Istanbul. So rather than representing it as a conclusion of this study, our observations open new questions and possibilities, and the project aimed to rethink disaster resilience not through constant new construction, but through revealing and activating the hidden capacities within the city itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It was fascinating to look at how the infrastructures of the city can be reinterpreted for disaster resilience. So thank you very much.
Thank you, and sorry for exceeding time.
No problem. Thank you. Our next and last speaker in this session is Claudio Scarbi, also presenting through Zoom. And Claudio is an adjunct research professor here at Carleton University. And he's also a tutor at the Mangoni Design School in Italy, as well as being a practicing architect. And he will be presenting a paper titled Exhaustive Reuse.
Good morning. Thank you, Isabel, for the presentation. And thank you, dear friends from Ottawa and colleagues for this opportunity. So I propose that an exhaustive adaptive reuse is a fantastic occasion to know architecture, to know it in a way that is impossible in any other way. Usus Usurs is an installation at a very interesting installation at 2010 Architecture Biennale. Exhaustive reuse, wearing out, misusing, and dismembering up to exhaustion and extinction. Exhaustion not in the sense of depletion, but as a form of attention and high consideration pushed to their limits, as in Georges Perec attempt to exhaust a place. One of the architect's mandates is to use thoroughly and exhaustively what we have built so far, before even imagining to violate, extract, occupy, spoil more resources, and size other territories. Even more so now, when we know we have overbuilt a catastrophic inverted utopia. The aim of this research that I am presenting is to explore what does the very idea of using and reusing exhaustively might mean. Usuring, I would say the consumption of the very paradox of our creativity, overbuilding and overvoiding the voids, considering the voids of the abandoned territories, ghost town and spaces that are within this overbuilt scenario. Consider these voices. How can I move to the next one? Consider these voices. The ethical refusal to build new buildings, the moratorium on construction. The most profound architectural act today is to not build. If you want to change society, don't build anything. There is nothing more sustainable than not building. To violate virgin land is a crime. This argument and the philosophy of not have been in the air for an archaic while. These voices are a call to the tacit, silent dimension of our knowledge, all what we know without knowing, that is right in front of us, like a macroscopic purloined letter. What does not build mean? The main cause of pollution is desire. Which desire? The desire for a politics of waste. To sweep the floor after the mess will take forever. But ask a friend, if we stop building new buildings, are we running out of jobs? No, just trying to fix some of the wrongs made will take millennia of hard work for the architects. To sweep the floor after the mess, trying to make treasure, to repair for all the toys that have been thrown around will take forever. How to declutter a playroom with too many toys, how to clean a child room when you can't even see the floor. If you Google to sweep the floor after the mess will take forever, the AI reply sounds like an interesting avant-gardistic architectural manifesto that ends with a neoliberal aggressive, bombastic suggestion. If the mess is truly catastrophic, consider using a vacuum's hard floor setting to suck it up instantly rather than sweeping. Exhaustive adaptive reuse and repair constitutes the very core of architecture, not just one of its collateral effects, as other speakers were presenting today. I propose to consider three correlated by different aspects of this idea. Aspect A, I call it the artifice of the artifice. Aspect B, the transgression of the function of the end. Aspect C, the dispersed dismembering. These are provisional titles I am working on. Aspect A, the artifice of the artifice, the ship of Theseus. One plank is broken, then is substituted with another plank, then again another one is broken and substituted with another plank. When does the ship of Theseus is not anymore the ship of Theseus, is not the same ship? So the ship of Theseus, Sorites, Locke, Sox, Hegel, boldness, Calvino, Clarices, all the many cases of building that become other. When, yes, when do they become other? When, how, why? And I would ask, where do their thoughts go when they are eventually definitively forgotten? This is aspect A. Aspect B, the transgression of the function. I have I have two cases of radical transgression of the function that I have studied in detail. The first one, the concentration camp and the ideal city, an event that has taken place in the 60s, up to the point where the desecration is fulfilled heroically. The concentration camp is an ideal city. The second case, transgression of the function of the end, a Paleo-Christian church and the porno movie theater. Is the end, endless change of function, desecrating the means, I would say, ends without means. Aspect C, what I call the dispersed dismembering, to disassemble a building, scatter its component into other buildings and grind it up. Star dust, I would say, stardust, maybe the same stuff the dreams are made of. This is basically what I witness every day in the building sites I am directing, grinding into pieces, even buildings that were built by my fathers, mothers, and grandfathers and ancestors. I am proud of this installation for a ritual shamanic ovo in a building site. I always think of the drop of water that, to avoid evaporation, becomes eternal by falling into the sea. The issue of life, singularity, and plurality of separated identities, components, and particles that belongs to different wholes or to the whole of the differences. Today, I concentrate for 5 minutes only on the aspect A, the artifice of the artifice. The artifice mise en abîme, thrown into its abyss. The artifice itself bare naked. The infinity of the artifice that is again what it is, the bordering of a void. We are at the core, I think, of architecture, a core that is neglected when we get obsessed by the creativity of the individual ego, who forget to bless, to acknowledge the quarry, the spoiled forest, the wasted land, the void, the land that is inherited with or without its, or rather our vagueness. When does one become the other, we were asking? When one and the other are undetectable, not distinguishable. When does the same building become another building? When does another building become the same, becoming other? Is an illusion. Only an accurate process of exhaustive reuse, repair, but also to repair also in the sense of repairing an evil done, to exhaust the very logic of the creative idea, to strip naked the artifice. There are incredibly creative ideas already built all over the place. Locke socks, sorry, we were seeing before, Locke socks, awls, and the Locke socks are a jovial example, awls and repair, awls and repairs. A sock get a hole that is repaired, then another that is also repaired. When does the sock is not the same sock? When does a sock become another sock? And when does a sock become a scarf or a bag or whatever? When does a sock become what it has never been or has always been without knowing it? Recomposition of broken potteries, shredded voids in an archaeological site. The repair of the wounds in the fabric of our own fabrication. Fabrication also in the sense of Bildung, from which building comes. Bildung, the German Bildung, that means the formation of the personality. Artists and architects like Eminem are already heroically committed to this end. The constant necessity to live within the cracks and brokenness, the brokenness where the light pierces through. Or Jan Forman, wounds that cannot be erased. No, this is not just stratification and recycling, but to try to live the permanent in the midst of differences and contradictions. Staying with the trouble. To work with our myths and history is very much like working with the fragment of a vase in an archaeological site. We are still trying to reconstruct that void. So to reconstruct that void that might still be shaping the edges of our soul, its own owned, contained void. The paradigmatic work of the humane humanities in the slums, live the stricture of an hourglass, the ritual of passage between one and unother the vagueness of a precision that is meant to measure a golden cut. This idea of the city, tangible, intangible city, a city of the mind, but real, that has constantly changed and adapted, an idea of the city that isn't yet and never will truly become what it was or what it could be, a constant disposition and ordering that is different, divergent, sometimes alien to itself, incongruent, usurping, and so vulnerable. Reassembled fragments of ancient original splendors, embers of ancient fires. What is the truth of this city? Extension of the mind? Is there a moment when this truth manifests itself? Yes, absolutely. There is. And it even looks timeless, without a before and an after. Let's see if we may find out where and how it works. It works by committing to such a vow. I don't know yet what this built city is or will be. It for sure not yet become what it was. It certainly hasn't yet become what it was. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Claudio. Okay, so now we have we have 11 minutes for Q&A. I see already we have one question in the audience. Do you want to go ahead?
Thank you to all of you for a very interesting and inspiring presentation. I was trying to find the right question for all of you, but it's really impossible. I decided to ask maybe the team responsible for the research about conversion of the towers to ask a follow-up question, whether this is like, so the question is like, that could we understand office tower conversion not only as an architectural and technical problem, but also as a test how cities value post-war modernist buildings, where they seem to be obsolete real estate or embodied carbon or potential heritage, because sometimes the decision is not really calculated, let's say, how they the decision makers make the decision at the end,
Well, I will start, and of course, please join me. Well, it's super interesting questions. Thank you so much. Speaking perhaps more about New York, because it's the context that I know better. That's the critical issue. I mean, is the fact that conversion are not just architectural transformation, but they embed political and social values, right? And so one of the critical issues is exactly the fact that the majority of the buildings that are considered for transformation are not listed buildings, so they are not part of heritage as it is. So they could be radically transformed. So as also right now, Professor Sgarbi showed us in his presentation, at which extent buildings could be maintained at the same. It is the same building of before and after the conversion. It's a really radical issue for Manhattan right now. Considering also consider that, for instance, we didn't show that in details, but many of these buildings were carved for create some courtyard inside. They were need a total replacement of the facade, means eliminate the curtain walls that were designed in the modern age. So the balance, the tensions between what does it mean preserve a building and through transforming it is exactly one of the issue. Perhaps the things that is relevant is exactly who are the systems of actors involved into this decision-making processes, because it's not so complicated systems, actually. I mean, it's really driven by developers right now in Manhattan, at least. And as we mentioned, the cities is trying to running over, right? And supporting through policies that avoid these buildings to remain obsolete and decay. But also to reinforce some type of practice that, for instance, engage with affordable housing or reinforce services for communities. They are trying to fight this battle. As you can imagine, it's not super easy. But yeah, I mean, combining the multiple layers of what does it mean to reinforce an heritage and give it a proper value in a conversion process. I think that is one of the largest questions in our case, at least. I don't know if I answer you. Sorry, it was more a brainstorming between me and you, probably. I don't know if you want to add something, girls. We want something about Bruxelles, perhaps, because it's very different.
Indeed, Brussels has a very different context, and what we see there is that the first transformation project of offices to housing were located in like very decentralized zones, so they didn't have a lot of amenities, but they still allowed conversion as a way to then, in the long term, actually be able to convert these monofunctional areas to more mixed uses. And that's also what the policymakers are focusing on. So they want to focus more on renovation and conversion as a way to have more mixity in the city. And related to that is actually also interesting to see that the city actually bought like 20 office buildings from the European Commission to actually use it as a revitalization project for a monofunctional area in Brussels. I hope that's a good answer to your question and that it was clear.
I just have a question for Claudio. I'm really curious about when your book is going to be out, because I want to read it.
That's going to be, I have first to exhaust all the ideas that are involved with it. So I think it will take a while. I will extinguish before.
No, please.
Before publishing.
Stay with us.
I will do my best. Thank you. But it's nearly the concentration camp between the case is the most amazing research that I think I have ever carried out, because there was really this moment when the concentration camp right after the war was occupied. Occupied, like not with official permission, occupied, transformed into an ideal city. And it's incredible that the project for this adaptation, let's call it this way, was made by a former German soldier, so SS soldier. That's amazing. And I was even in charge, thinking that as a technical director on the building site, to reconstruct one of the barracks of the concentration camp for a monumental reason. And while being on the building site, one of the master masons I was working with, asked me a question that will stay with me forever. Are we supposed to rebuild it well? I mean, this is an evil building. Are we supposed to build it well? Thank you.
Thank you for staying for the session. So we'll have lunch, I believe now, is that right? Yes. Thank you.
All right, we'll move right into the next session. The first one is on Zoom. I'd like to introduce Dr. Hamish Muir. Has recently finished a PhD from the Bartlett School of Architecture, and he also established the Arctic Lion Theatre, a studio that creates experimental theater art and scenography. And he will be giving us a talk on use and used scenographic redressing.
Great, thank you very much. I hope you can see that on screen and that's working okay. Thank you very much for having me and for accommodating me from here in the UK. I appreciate we've got 15 minutes, so I'll just crack on straight with my presentation. But the paper I'm going to present today explores reuse networks and the circular economy in theatre and the performing arts from both a design perspective and a sort of more theoretical stance. I'll discuss some existing behaviours around reuse in theatre, suggest some new ideas based on my design research, and reflect on lessons that can be applied in an architectural context, hopefully. So the paper focuses on the commercial theatre industry in London, which is informed by field work I undertook there at the National Theatre. Many set designs, such as this image on screen of Follies, are constructed from conglomerated materials designed for a very specific purpose, a specific stage space and a specific time scale. This means that reuse of scenography can be restricted because the materials may not be able to endure several reuses, or they may not be versatile enough to adapt to other contexts. There are also economic factors that affect reuse in scenography, such as the revival of a successful show, the theatre's branding, seasonal demands, the potential to tour the theatre production, and the subjective definitions of high production value. And whilst these are important factors in terms of whether scenography is reused or not, the economic side of the industry is not going to be the focus of this talk today, because I want to look at the role of design within the bounds of the existing industry. So for the purposes of this paper, scenography's value, if we can talk in terms of values, and also in terms of why it's disposed or not disposed, that is the question, is its ability to inform an audience geographically, materially, safely, tonally and emotionally, where the characters are within a narrative-driven drama, and how that setting expresses a poetic theme, assuming we're taking theatre to be narrative-driven. So this characterization will help in the understanding of why materials are reused or not. I found that waste materials tended to be generated in 3 areas of the production process, which you can see in the diagram on screen: during the construction of the set, because it needs to be bespoke; during its usage, because of basic wear and tear; and when the show has ended its run and the scenography is recycled or disposed of. And though I've started with some barriers to reuse, the high turnover of material and shorter timescales in theatre compared to the built environment can be advantageous for considering theatre as a scaled model, both in terms of the spatial scales of building, but also as a reduced temporal scale. When we compare the design life of a building and the design life of a scenographic structure, such as this image of the master builder, which I think looks sort of like a living section drawing. Suddenly the ability to observe how materials are reused over multiple iterations of theatre productions becomes a very powerful research possibility. For example, progress has been made to reduce the amount of waste by designing scenography to comprise components that are more effectively reused, such as modular deconstructible structures or universal elements with multiple repurposes. The National Theatre and Royal Shakespeare Company have pioneered modular design in theatre production, including timber flats that act as a base skeleton to create a range of structures or a universal show floor. And this sets up different purposes for structural elements that can be optimized to be versatile modular elements designed for either longevity or short-term materials that are ephemeral and ideally biodegradable. And whilst, of course, modular structures already exist in an architectural context, it's about how these two design objectives can complement each other, one acting as a permanent fixed structure underneath a more fluid and dynamic set dressing that does not need to be structural or materially abundant. And this is where the sort of important lesson for application in architecture may be in terms of how reusable modular materials interact with materials that we know are not going to be reused or sort of designed for disintegration. Firstly, in distinguishing between permanent and temporary aspects of a structure, and secondly, whether those two design philosophies harmonize with each other from an environmental perspective. And in theatre, this might be referred to as set dressing, which can make reused materials feel new through enhancing an existing structure. And a very simple example is shown on screen of A Midsummer Night's Dream at the Globe Theatre in London, which achieved this through decorating the existing permanent structures with seasonal plants and flowers, which was, to breathe new life into what already exists. And the important point being that the permanent structural elements are reused but are enhanced and clad by non-structural biodegradable materials, giving a sense of the new by utilizing the existing. Through observation during my fieldwork, distinguishing between the scale of waste materials was a very key factor in whether materials could be reused or repurposed. The National Theatre set up a green store in 2024, which is a warehouse that holds and archives scenographic and costume elements, making them accessible for reuse by other theatres. This reuse infrastructure is on a national scale, choosing key nodal points around the country where reuse can really thrive. They're reliant on user experience and how materials are documented, meaning the company reusing the scenic object has information about its history. An effective storage and archival documentation of the material provenance can enrich that history rather than propel a myth of second-hand aesthetic. But its scale and ability to be stored safely and efficiently are the key kind of guiding design factors. So some set elements begin to carry with them a long history on stage and making them significant art historical items, like the Christmas tree that is used every year for the Nutcracker at the Royal Opera House. Whether construction materials can ever take on such a seasonality in history and be thought of in this sense is an interesting possibility for architecture to consider. Another major development in promoting reuse in theatre came from the Theatre Green Book, which is an industry initiative to help improve sustainability in theatre, sort of at a policy level. And one of the key objectives of the Green Book is to increase the amount of materials on stage that have had a previous life. This policy change has helped improve the dialogue across the industry, which is very effective when a lot of theatre makers are freelance individuals. However, I found that a key aspect of encouraging reuse is not necessarily about enforcing new regulations, but about designing the initial conditions where reuse can flourish, so that reuse becomes part of the culture and the working environment, rather than as a contrived addition that doesn't harmonize with the existing operations of the organization. For example, the accessibility of used materials can make a great difference. If waste materials are discarded into an opaque bin and conglomerated with other waste streams, the material is psychologically devalued. It becomes out of sight and out of mind. Conversely, if it's sort of categorized by size, scale, and future purpose and presented accessibly as a productive resource, it can be upcycled organically. The image on screen shows the carpentry office at the National Theatre and the movement of bins within this space, showing where and why waste accumulated in a spatial sense. And this was a study I did when I was there on site. The architecture of the building could go further in that byproducts that could be collected and accumulated near to where they can be used as raw materials, so that byproducts of one department can seamlessly feed into the other, meaning that architectural and interior design to some extent can play a role in linking such spaces together where reuse flows can flourish like a sort of river of materials moving back and forth seamlessly. And based on this, the scale of materials was again sort of a guiding factor with regard to reuse. And so I devised an architectural schema of reuse as shown on screen. I won't go through it in detail just now for time reasons, but it moves from permanent to impermanent materials and the relationship and the harmony between those two. Another guiding factor is whether the materials have a second-hand aesthetic, as I've already touched on. And I'm going to spend the remaining 5 minutes of the talk unpicking this a little bit more. So we can learn from scenographic design about how to enhance existing materials. For example, it can be achieved through a character describing an object's or landscape's meaning on stage, how lighting interacts with physical set elements to focus the audience's attention, other multisensory immersive aspects of scenography like touch or smell, the illusion of depth or scale, the suggestions of where the backstage might lead to, the way in which atmospheres are sequenced to tell a story, and most critically, how an actor performs with or within the scenography. And the simplest example of this is how a material can be reinterpreted for different purposes through enactment. The art historian E.H. Gombrich discusses this, where he describes a single prop becoming a multitude of possibilities based on how it is acted with. A wooden stick can become a horse if we pretend to ride it. It can become a surfboard if we pretend to surf it. It can become a sword if we play fight with it. And I love this image of play fighting and the kids using waste infrastructure as props and redefining the objects in a sort of an imaginative sense. But when applied to architectural design, this might seem to sort of align with a more functionalist ethos, I suppose, where spaces only make sense when they are enacted by an activity, such as cooking in a kitchen or playing in a playground. What Theatre and Gombrich teach us is that there's power in reusing an object if its definition remains ambiguous. An ambiguous object can have a range of repurposes if it is not constrained by a specific label. And when we discuss the end of life of an object, it often relates to its purpose in a particular function. Yet the way an actor performs with an object can abstract that functionality and redefine its meaning as a reincarnated entity. This can lead to upcycling, reusing, and repurposing without changing the chemistry of the material itself. And various examples of this exist, where materials have been repurposed to create theatre sets and props, either with an explicit or implicit reference to the material's former purpose. So, for example, Andrea Carr's design, which is shown on screen, upcycles used sleeping bags from music festivals in a production of Stuck by Hoax Theatre Company, and we can see very clearly what the materials used to be, and they've been sort of transposed into this kind of strange landscape. And a different design challenge could be presented to design ambiguous architectural objects from the outset. These objects deliberately would obscure a sense of purpose, and so in a theoretical sense could be endlessly reinterpreted and endlessly reused. I attempted to do this in my design research practice by drawing an alphabet of archetypal scenographic spaces that are ambiguous geometric objects that create a basic set of stock scenographic backdrops that can be reused and reinterpreted in multiple ways. Another lesson from theatre is about the stories we tell about materials. Jane Bennett's theory of vibrant matter has had a great resonance in theatre research because it speaks to materials as fellow non-human actors that carry the memory of what they were and what they are becoming through their own enactment and agency as assemblages. Theatre as an ephemeral art form of metamorphosis, of character arcs and of dramatic action, reframes nature as a more dynamic ecological entity than just simply a backdrop, as writers like Una Chowdhury have discussed. Folkloric storytelling on stage can associate materials, plants, fruits, flowers with seasons, emotions, warnings, and wisdoms. These narrative codes can speak to the currency of use and reuse by focusing on extraction and disposal as exchanges with nature that are a two-way relationship that also have to involve giving back or leaving time for regrowth, critically. Theatre can build new connotations through such folkloric storytelling by celebrating and demarcating moments of seasonal reuse or cyclical usage, the role of time being key in all of that. An example of this is shown on screen. It's a short performed script titled Uproot, which tells the story of how a piece of plywood is made. It personifies the wood and hints in an eco-poetic sense of the embodied energy and character journey that is felt in the wood before it reaches its time on stage, so that it's not meaninglessly discarded. But fundamentally, theatre and the enactment of materials on stage can be a means to communally and creatively explore our relationship to materiality and how we build through the creation of stories and characters that offer different perspectives on what is already there. So thank you for listening. I'm sorry I've gone slightly over my 15 minutes, but thank you. Back to you in Canada.
Thank you, Hamish. Next, we are going to hear from Alba Di Lieto. She is the former curator of the Carlo Scarpa Archive at Museo di Castelvecchio and served as executive architect for the City Museum in Verona, Italy until 2022. She is currently teaching interior architecture and exhibit design at Politecnico di Milano.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Federica, Mariana, and Mario for the wonderful symposium. And today I'll speak about Castelvecchio, but about the unfinished spaces left by Carlo Scarpa. Is another point of view from the story that you have seen before. Just a short timeline about Castelvecchio. It was built in 1354 and 56 in medieval time as a medieval castle. He had a military function until 1926, and it was transformed later in museum. During the 60s, Carlo Scarpa applied the restauro critical restoration to the museum, but he left spaces unfinished. The restoration of the 60s now is a milestone of the Italian museography. It was commissioned by the director of the City Museum, Licisco Magagnato, and each period of building renovation reflects the political idea of society. And the restoration of the 20s aimed to recreate the past, reconstructed a palace dating from a medieval period. Before the museum, it was a barrack. Here you can see the facade built during the French domination by Napoleon's troop, and exactly 100 years ago, it was converted from a military structure into a museum. Here you can see the king that during the opening of 1926. The most spectacular space from the 20s was the concert hall. The concert hall was in the east wings of the castle, and displayed Italian Renaissance works from the museum collection. In 1944, the concert hall was reused as a courtroom for a famous Verona trial of former fascist leaders. Here you can see a moment of the trial. Destruction and reconstruction. In 1945, German troops destroyed the bridge, the medieval bridge crossing the river, and the Allied bombed the east wing. And I will talk about this wing. And after the war, it was reconstructed as it was, where it was under the supervision of Piero Gazzola, a famous superintendent of the monument. This east wing was excluded from the Carlo Scarpa's renovation. After the war, the concert hall was rebuilt and decorated by a fresco cycle dedicated to the music. But when Scarpa arrived, he didn't restore it for economical reason, and the director of the museum decided don't use this hall as a concert hall, but transform in exhibition space. So after the Scarpa's restoration, this wing was used for an exhibition space, and the interior has become a laboratory for conversion of architectural space and exhibition space. Here you can see the different design made by different architects for different exhibition. But not only the interior space was transformed, but also the garden, the water pools, the towers became places of experiment and dialogue between architecture, contemporary art, and Castelvecchio became an adaptive reuse, not episodic, but continuous. Part of the castle is still occupied by the military, so it was difficult imagine expanding the museum. Thus, in 1993, it was decided to adapt the vertical space of the towers. We started with Northeast Tower, partially restored by Carlo Scarpa. Federica showed before Scarpa's sketch. The Northeast Tower and the Southeast Tower was not connected with the ground floor and with the museum. So it always takes a certain idea. So is Scarpa words used to say. And to connect the two towers, I designed a staircase within the thickness of the perimeters of the walls. And from 2011 to 2013, the Southeast Tower was restored to house the Carlo Scarpa archives, where Federica and Prakash worked during them research. So you have seen the mosaic room. There is a coherent conceptual approach. Even were restored 20 years apart, the adaptive reuse was guided by a coherent and conceptual approach. The context is fragile and is an high value. So reuse the vertical space, the residual spaces were adapted and reused, consented to leave the Carlo Scarpa's museography intact. At the same time, we expanded the museum itinerary with the clock tower that was restored with a romantic hanging garden to display the medieval statue of Mastino II in dialogue with Koenraad, a sculptor. Adaptive architecture is not only transforming spaces, but is maintaining a dialogue across the time and also open future research for conversion architecture, and also for, I think, also for new curator and new ideas for the future of this museum. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, our final speaker for this session is Sonia Jensen, who is an architect with DFS, and she has been involved in the design of cultural spaces in Canada for 25 years and is currently the design manager for the rehabilitation of the Canadian Parliament.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to present. I'm really pleased to be here today, participating in this shared conversation that expands the language of adaptive reuse in architecture to that of adaptive architecture. In this presentation, I'll explore and I hope demonstrate the notion described in the conference brief that adaptive architecture can indeed be an intergenerational phenomenon nested in a site of knowledge construction. My name is Sonia. I'm an associate architect with DFS in Montreal. Our firm has a somewhat unique legacy of being one of the oldest continuing architectural practices in Eastern Canada. Our conservation portfolio has a long history of working with and repairing existing buildings. The image on the slide you see here is one such project, the Price Building, which was designed by our predecessors Ross and MacDonald in Quebec City in 1928. And we're currently working on the restoration of its roof and envelope. Today, I will share with you a project which DFS have had the privilege to be involved in. It's the transformation of the Maison de Calvé in Old Montreal into a new location for the Fille Contemporary. Within this project, we'll explore a little together an example of the bridge that is required from the notion of historic architecture to transhistoric adaptability. Since 2007, the Fille Foundation, a multidisciplinary arts and culture organization, has been operating both the Fille Gallery and the Contemporary Art and Fille Center. The Fille Gallery for Contemporary Art and the Fille Center in historic buildings in Old Montreal. The vision for the new third project was launched through an international design competition in 2021 And the winning scheme for the competition was the design of Coen architects and Pelletier de Fontenay architects. This design team was then joined by Jaudet Lamarre-Prat to form the consortium KJP for the execution of the project. And DFS were engaged as a sub-consultant to the consortium as heritage conservation specialists. I'll also just take the opportunity to highlight our colleagues at ERA Architects. As heritage planners for the project, they prepared the historic analysis for the site for the Fee Foundation's competition brief. And this work is very important to contribute to the success of the design competition. So in this slide, we see the present context of the historic port of Montreal, the southern portion of the city at the waterfront. And it's sort of loosely inscribed by the red dots. The numbers 1 and 2 are the first 2 locations of the Fee Foundation, and the number 3 is the current site that's under development. So what's interesting is that the old port became a historic district in 1963. There was the construction of the linear park first along the waterfront, completed in 1981. A master plan for the district developed in 1987, and then a vision development plan in 2005 to enhance cultural infrastructure. So the Fee Foundation's existing venues were very much a contribution to the mandate of that cultural infrastructure enhancement. So point 3 on the previous slide was a view of the immediate site you see before you. And this is a collection of 4 historic buildings. The Maison du Calvé is located at B2, and we have a series of other historic buildings, B1, the Davis Warehouse, B4, the home of, the first home of Jacques Viget, the first mayor of Montreal, elected mayor. This is a sort of nicer, more on-the-ground view of the building, and it sits across from a site that is very well known in the old port called the Église Bon Secours. The Bon Secours Church has a title that is a French expression meaning literally good rescue in English, and more expressively safe passage. The church was a spiritual talisman for the sailors and ships coming into and leaving the port. So it isn't easy to condense historic storytelling without feeling that something is lost. That's part of the challenge of a bridge that spans from historic to transhistoric. ERA's careful documentation and analysis provided the design competition entrants a guide on how to apprehend the knowledge that these 4 buildings are nested within. So I'll represent these to you in 12 slides. First, I'll pause to recognize that Tiohtià:ke, Montreal, continues to be the unceded territory of the Kanien'kehá:ka Mohawk Nation. We honor this territory as a historic gathering place for diverse First Nations, including the Haudenosaunee, the Anishinaabeg, the Huron-Wendat, and the Abenaki. For that honor, I've chosen to include this alternative map by Caronio de la Ronde and Jordan Engel that identify names of places in this territory that are significant to First Nations communities since time immemorial. And Tiohtià:ke, the name for Montreal, the word here happens to be very close to the site in question that we're looking at, sort of that historic point within the port. Following the period of early contact between Indigenous peoples and French newcomers, we have early depictions such as this of the 17th century settlement of Ville-Marie. The future Îlot Bon Secours is approximated by the blue square at the far east of the main settlement. It's at the base of an elevated hill that is marked by a windmill. This is one of the early records that the base of this hill is a special vantage point, is identified as a special vantage point. It's here that Marguerite Bourgeois, head of one of the founding Catholic orders of Ville-Marie, created a point of pilgrimage outside the settlement and marked it with a small shrine that would later become the Bon Secours Church. Over the next century, there is evidence of more intensive organization and planning of Ville-Marie with a bounded military fortification wall. After the British had succeeded the conquest of Quebec, the fortifications were demolished around the turn of the 19th century. They were deemed no longer needed and an obstacle to the expansion of the community on the land to the north. This slide reflects some poignant historical detective work, reassembling the fragments of watercolor paintings to recreate the urban topography of Bonsecours Street, which now extended from the church up to the crest of the High Point. The identification of cultural personas and local landmarks along this street traces its use and importance during this era of transition from French to English governance. The next 3 slides carry images from the second half of the 19th century to the middle of the 20th century, where technologies for documentation of the city have become more sophisticated. The extents of the early colonial settlement are well overtaken by growth and the industrial activity of the old port, and the city's financial district, its religious orders, its residences and commerces have expanded beyond the settlement in all directions. By 1959, the opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway, monumental in scale, allowed ships to progress past Montreal into the center of Eastern North America. This fundamentally changes the use of the port lands, leading to the declaration of the port as a historic place in 1963. It brings the site to enter into a new era where the Îlot Bonsecours stood with its 18th century stone structures, having evolved, been adapted, and then rediscovered. In the early 1960s, it was purchased by the head of the Ogilvy Corporation, who imagined restoring it and using it as a commercial shop to sell fine furniture. Ultimately, the Ogilvy project would bring together the passions of the Quiet Revolution for Canadian social history, French-Canadian social history, and Expo 67, which marked Montreal as a North American metropolis. This led the Ogilvy entity to restore the building with a careful documentation of the existing fabric, possibly one of the earliest intentional period heritage restorations in Canada. The building was opened as a historic house museum from 1967 to 1983 under the banner of the Maison Pierre du Calvet. By 1983, the museum venture had become surpassed by other points of interest, and the house was converted back into a more private commercial function for somewhat similar ends. Now, tourists can enjoy a more experiential fiction of an 18th century dwelling by enjoying a meal or an overnight stay in the auberge's recreation of a historic setting. This continued until approximately 2014, when the building was put on the market for sale again. So if one wanted to take new ownership of this place, as the Fee Foundation did, and one wanted to do something significantly different with the use of the building, the question is how? To assist with this question, the ERA Heritage Study situates both documentary archives and material artifacts within the broader context to identify the site's heritage values. Heritage values are unique configurations that outline and weave intact the site's history. Namely, in this situation, the topographical relationship from the base of the hill to the elevation change leading up the slope. The significance of the High Point as a strategic military site, where there were barracks that supplied the earlier fortifications. The property lot lines, evidence of legal land planning intact over centuries, defining the forms of the structures in place today, and the adaptation of building traditions of the newcomers from France. This house typology was evidence of the early settlers' French heritage, where mercantile and residential activities existed concurrently in space and time. The roof construction and form were adapted to accommodate large snowfalls, and the 3-story mitoyen walls extending up between the buildings were developed to help control the spread of fire. This building typology, once the predominant architectural building form in Ville-Marie, was often raised or built upon significantly during the expansion of the 19th and 20th century, with its varied architecture of larger scale, reflecting the growing importance of the port to that period. What is very interesting to note when we arrive today to the project is that we can see how our social interests have changed. It's a move away from a more domestic and private story of the colonial past to a public place which offers exploration, reflection, and play in the new territories opened up when we consider technology through an artistic lens. The Fee Contemporary International Competition entries represented a close attention paid to the existing heritage fabric. They form an architectural study of how to work with the site. There are more or less 2 different formal strategies that serve as a starting point. Either an intervention to complete the voids of the site building up with vertical masses, or one that seeks to draw a horizontal datum to connect the historic forms. The selected design approach of Koenraad of Germany and Patier de Fontaine of Montreal distinguishes itself by a significant reduction of the volumes along the Bonsecours Street elevation. This gesture places the historic building form in high relief, giving their traditional form an iconic presence. The design approach expresses the new architectural interventions as a landscape surrounding and connecting the buildings. It also recognizes the site as part of a larger story. It builds into the program a meandering vertical park that takes visitors up to see the gregarious geometric qualities of the historic city's roofscape and its orientation towards the river. From street level, looking onto the elevation along Bonsecours Street, the new construction fills the voids between historic forms in quiet recessive strata. Part of the interior function of this new construction is organized to bridge between the existing buildings that all have slightly different floor levels. And finally, the work that DFS, the material conservation specialists, do. I wanted to bring this story in its entirety to you together to illustrate that repair is something intimately bound in the act of the adaptation project. Its process is fascinating, and its deepest points of connection and intimacy are in the craft. Here in these images, we see the work of the repointing of 300-year-old masonry walls. In these photos taken at the point in time when the project was started a few years ago, we see the site in progress, making visible the understanding that the past is a very careful effort within the remaking of the present. So in conclusion, I would suggest that the bridge between historic architecture and trans-historic adaptability is found through paying close attention to how our stories interact with the architectural terms we use. This evidence can be found here through a project that understands the site not as a bounded spatial capacity and perimeter, but as fragments of a story to be understood and continued. It designs an architecture to act as a quiet landscape for the story's continuity. It interprets program as a sequence of making connections to place through movement. It treats historic matter as having the potential to offer something iconic and something connective and tangible. And it imagines art not as a fixed thing, but as a process for a future event to be anticipated in unknown forms. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sonia. All right, we have some time for questions. Anyone?
This is for Hamish. I found it was really fascinating how we can apply those techniques to architecture and reusing from the theater perspective. I was wondering if you had a favorite reuse, something that surprised you while you were studying this, something that you looked at one way and didn't know it could be used in the way that you found it was reused, something like that, just something that really sparked your wow moment and wanted to make you study this more.
Thank you. That's a really nice question. I mean, the one that comes to mind is an example which I always think of kind of applies in this sort of context. And I mean, the definition of reuse, maybe we could talk about, but it was basically a patchwork quilt that was made by a children's charity that was then used in a production of Peter Pan. And what I liked about that was that actually the patchwork quilt would kind of came together for the use in the theatre production, but it also spoke thematically to what the theatre is about. Peter Pan, of course, being about lost children, and the charity that made this was an orphans charity, and there was a nice discussion of this in the programme. So there was this kind of breach between the fantasy world and the real world, and that quilt went on to be reused, was given back to the charity after its usage on stage, and became an item. I mean, again, I'm sort of questioning whether that is a true case of reuse because it was made for the theatre production, but it certainly went on to have a life after, and rather than kind of scenography just going into the bin. So that's an example I always kind of feel speaks to my interest in this in terms of something that is both thematic, ethic, and aesthetic in its intentions.
Sonia.
I had a question for Hamish because I've been very interested in the interface between theater and architecture, and we live in a world which has very fixed and fixed in time through broadcasting, etc., and unfixed things. And there's a kind of interplay where sometimes the whole space is a stage, and sometimes there's a stage in an audience with a loosely defined boundary or a permeable boundary, if you will, that can adapt and change. Do you have any thoughts about that? That's a much less material kind of direction than what you discussed today, but I was just wondering where your studies took you in that area.
Thanks. Yes, it's a really interesting discussion that comes up all the time, certainly in thinking more broadly about sustainability in theatre, the role of site-specific work, and whether the site itself can speak to what production is going on there, or vice versa, whether a production can actually sort of come from the site itself. And you know, there are lots of quite interesting writers about that. Mike Pearson comes to mind. He talks about the host and the ghost, the host being the site, and then the ghost is how we sort of enact that site. So there is kind of you know, an interesting relationship in my own work. Actually, you know, I find having a defined stage space can actually be quite useful. There are movements to kind of completely blend the stage and off stage, or these different categorizations of the architecture of the stage. And of course, there's no one right or wrong answer to all of that. But I do find that actually there is an illusionary quality to theatre that by defining a stage space can actually be quite sustainable, or be at least sort of telling the audience that they're entering into a sort of illusionary space, which then opens up possibilities to, you know, reconfigure or play with objects and sets and spaces in a different sense. Yeah, so there are lots of different kind of ways to interface with the site that it's in, and of course the kind of theatre venues tend to than the set designs themselves tend to have sort of larger carbon footprints associated with them. So there's definitely a big conversation in that area.
Yeah, I have a question for Alba, a little bit related to the beautifully word of ghost space. I saw in your beautiful presentation the slides of the concert hall and with the weaved ceiling of Scarpa. Do you know of traces of that ceiling, like drawings or technical aspect, how he made it? Did anybody try to reinstall it at some moments? I'm quite curious about that. Thank you.
Do you mean the ceiling built after the war?
Yeah. In the concert hall, I saw it in one of your pictures, and he also did it in Sicily and at other places. So I was quite interested in seeing it also happening.
So you are interested in this ceiling?
Yeah, and how he did it, and yeah.
It was built by a local architect, Alberto Vesani, and I found in the museum archive the drawing. There is also a copy in the superintendence, and he used lacunari. I don't know how to translate the method, but is a rectangular, and I know that Superintendent Piero Gazzola, he was not really satisfied about this kind of reconstruction, and the frescoes was painted by Pino Casarini, who was a painter of the 50s. And what else? And the light was from Venini in Venice, and they are still conserved in the ceiling, because today there is a temporary ceiling made with a textile. And so if you go near the tower, I think that Prakash can remember, you can see the part over the temporary ceiling.
Thank you very much. This is also a question for Alba. Thank you very much for your presentation, which was really great. I was really interested by the fact that when you design these stairs to make these spaces in the tower usable, you were trying to be invisible to the work of Scarpa. And in terms of how we treat spaces and how inviolate we think they are, do you think that it is impossible to consider provoking the work of Scarpa, doing work, modifying his work, or doing work inside the spaces that could be legible as different? I'm not suggesting it should be done. I'm just curious about the question.
It's quite difficult to answer.
That's the idea.
Allora, the problem of the Northeast Tower was that the tower was completely abandoned. Scarpa restored the 3 floors of the tower, and then it was impossible to climb to the tower. And so when I studied the story and I discovered how the bomb arrived and destroyed the wall, and the perimeter is very deep, because it is 1.5 meters, almost 2 meters. And there is an existing staircase designed by Scarpa that arrives at the level of the ex-concert room. So I decided to design the new staircase in the same design by Scarpa. And I thought only about the function in this way, because otherwise it was impossible to reuse the Northeast Tower. After 25 years, I had the opportunity to restore the other tower. But when I designed the staircase, I was thinking in the future, we can connect the 2 towers with the ground floor. So probably it was a dream, but this dream was realized thanks to the budget that Regione Veneto gave to the museum after many years for Scarpa's heritage, because we obtained money to restore the Southeast Tower to do the archive for Scarpa's drawings.
Thank you for all your presentations. I'm trying to draw a connection between the different types. So Scarpa's project, which we were listening to in the beginning, was the whole project was Scarpa primarily, and he was taking care of the project and designing it from beginning to end. However, moving back or transitioning towards Sonia's project, which had different stakeholders involved throughout different phases, whether it be ARA, whether it be JLP, and then DFS as well. Do we think that this transition is going to affect the result, especially with another topic, which was discussing the different stakeholders that are engaged in a project, from the consultants to the envelope, to the heritage consultants, to the planners, all the way down to the contractors, and so on and so forth. So what do we think this is going, how do we think this is going to affect the result? Are we going to be still producing remarkable and iconic projects like Scarpa's work, or because we have to be satisfying so many different parties and stakeholders, and every entity is dragging towards their end, are we going to be is the result going to be an average result? And that's for everyone to answer. Thank you.
I'm not sure to understand your question. What do you mean? Explain.
I think my question is that, do you think with today's environment of construction and the whole architecture industry and construction industry, we can still produce iconic work similar to Scarpa's?
Do you mean today?
Yes,
Today.
yes, and in the future as well.
Future. Allora, in my opinion, Scarpa's arrangement is a masterpiece and must be left how it is. The future developer could be in the other wing of the castle that today is occupied by the military for a military club. I think that in this area could be done a new design depending by the architect. Today there are very important firm as Renzo Piano in Italy or David Chipperfield. We have seen Le Procuratie in Venice, restored by Chipperfield. Verona had a big opportunity 20 years ago, and Verona lost this opportunity to work with Chipperfield to extend the project in the Arsenale, and they didn't realize this wonderful project by Chipperfield. So depending from the design, from the architect, and if the military moved in another place.
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. I think that's the end of our session, and we will be coming back here to hear about Alvaro Siza.
So good afternoon. We are gonna start almost the last session. Well, the last session and then the keynote, yes. So we are gonna be talking about Alvaro Siza open sculpture. So here the title is Towards a Notion of Adaptive Architecture by Maria Joao Suarez and João Miguel Cuarto Duarte.
So, good afternoon. Thank you for the symposium to having us here. Our presentation is titled SIZA'S Open Sculpture Towards a Notion of Adaptive Architecture. In 2024, the latest work by architect SIZA in Portugal was open to the public. SIZA created a wide volume of immense abstraction, which he positioned next to an ancient monastery dating back centuries and which had also been the subject of his own interventions. The work establishes a dialogue with the monastery. SIZA called it open sculpture. The name is thought-provoking. First of all, a sculpture, then open. SIZA seems to strip the work of any immediate functional purpose, whilst at the same time invoking a sense of indefiniteness to understand it. We propose a reflection on the adaptive architecture in its openness as a poetic architectural device that works through conversations in time and space between transhistorical bodies, opening up paths to multiple futures grounded in bygone days. The ancient monastery...
Eu costumo dizer que sou funcionalista, né?
Mas é mesmo.
Nas primeiras abordagens, paralelamente aos gatafunhos que eu referia, há conhecimento que é progressivo e a princípio é muito vago da função a que é preciso responder. A arquitetura é um serviço, há que responder a determinados objetivos. Mas o meu conceito de funcionalidade, a sua procura, passa por uma espécie de libertação da funcionalidade, porque um edifício no tempo varia muito, ou uma cidade, e portanto não é responder estritamente ao que no momento é o problema. Tem que haver uma abrangência, uma capacidade de abrangência, sem que um edifício morra em pouco tempo.
The ancient monastery of Aylesbury in northern Portugal spans over 1,000 years history, undergoing a slow process of successive transformations that time tends to obscure. The buildings that preceded the extant monastery predated the very existence of Portugal. In the 10th century, there was a small Benedictine convent. In the early 12th century, that convent became the mother house in Portugal of the then newly established Knights Hospitaller and went on to play a significant role in assisting pilgrims to Santiago. The present church was built in the first third of the 14th century by the Hospitallers. Its overtly defensive character, particularly evident in the military tower, was a rhetorical assertion of strengths in keeping with the Hospitallers' identity rather than a response to an actual need for defense, since Portugal was not then under threat of war. The monastery incorporated the Benedictine structures in a natural continuity that lasted for the following centuries. In 1833, it was secularized, and the following year, religious orders were abolished in Portugal. The monastery's original, almost millennial organic unity was broken. The church remained in use for worship, but was separated from the rest of the monastery. The convent buildings were acquired by private individuals who converted them into a home. The Estado Novo regime, which ruled Portugal from 1933 onwards, a dictatorial nationalist regime, quickly grasped the importance of a rhetoric of monumentality. The founding of the nation, an inalienable pillar of the regime, justified the special attention paid to medieval architectural heritage, thereby contributing to the celebratory nature of the official discourse. Quoting, "The restoration of monuments served to promote a new interpretation of the nation's history, grounded in its moments of triumph, a true testament to the courage and the spirit of the Portuguese people, and the sign of assurance and confidence in the Estado Novo, the nation's secure and legitimate leader, end of quote. The valorization of monuments involved restoration them to the purity, as it was then put, of their original form, which meant purging them of additions that undermined that very purity. At issue were, above all, the interventions of the 17th and 18th century, which the regime's historiography regarded as periods of degeneration, particularly in the arts. The Church of Lesser-Baillieu, linked to the founding of Portugal, was one of the first buildings to undergo restoration under the restoration work under the Estado Novo regime. The works were carried out by the architect Baltasar de Castro between 1927 and 1938. The restoration of the church to its supposed original appearance, that is, that of a fortified church, the form best suited the celebrating the military dimension of the founding of Portugal. The Baroque additions were removed, and the buildings adjacent to the church was demolished, monumentalized, and duly restored to a specific moment in Portugal's grand history, affirming an image and a narrative intended to be definitive. The church became frozen in time as if it were a crystal. The rest of the monastery was also the subject of interventions in the 1920s. Ezequiel de Campos, a Portuguese politician and intellectual, renovated it by incorporating medieval elements from the old convent that had been scattered around, as well as others he imagined, indulging his collector's passion. In the little story it tells, the house withdraws into an imagined time that stands apart from contemporaneity as if it were a fantasy.
In an interview about the importance of monumentality in the work of Álvaro Siza, the Portuguese philosopher Maria Filomena Mulder says that, end quote, the monument is a gesture of a memory, end quote, stressing that this gesture, quoting, recognizes and subverts the ruin of life, end quote. Siza began work on the project of the monastery of Lesser-Baillieu in 2018. The aim was to revitalize the building adjacent to the church and convert it into a museum space to house the Lelus Foundation, a cultural organization. Siza's intervention in the former monastery is subtle, consisting of small gestures. For the church, he designed new wooden pews. In the former house, he restored the wooden floors and ceilings and stripped the stone walls of the old plaster, revealing the long-forgotten marks of time. The open sculpture takes on a different dimension, and like the intervention at the monastery, Siza explores white concrete in a gesture of deliberate contemporaneity. There is an obsessive focus on geometry, which the shadows cast upon the white surfaces render even more complex and poetic in a play of constantly shifting asymmetries. This new structure interprets the volumetric sequence defined by the church and the monastery buildings, giving it continuity, whilst simultaneously projecting the entire complex towards the fields in the east. The gap created by the interventions of the 1930s to set the church apart from the monastery is reinterpreted by Siza in the space through which he links the monastery with open sculpture. It is an in-between that is not merely an absence, but rather an interval that creates a cadence. Churchyard, church, void, monastery, void, open sculpture, void, fields. When asked by the Portuguese cardinal and philosopher Tolentino de Mendonça if silence is a boundary or an opening, Siza replied, and I quote, "It is both simultaneously. This is very clear in music, which I think has a lot to do with architecture. In a symphony, there is continuity of sound, but there are pauses, abrupt pauses in certain songs. But these interruptions are the unchamber to continuity. Silence, sudden or prolonged, in a doorway to continuity. When the concert ends, the silence that follows is the opening for the pauses and the bravos," end quote. The open sculpture reaffirms itself as a gesture of recognition and subversion of the ruin of life, echoing the statement made earlier by Maria Filomena Mulder, With that wide sculpture, SIZA reactivates the transhistory of the monastery, incorporating it into a renewed narrative. The crystal has been cracked, and it is there, in that seemingly destructive gesture, that the church and the monastery emerge from the frozen time to which they had been consigned, freeing themselves from it. The open sculpture offers the possibility of multiple beginnings because it is truly open, like a poem. Portuguese philosopher José Gil, an avowed disciple of Gil Deleuze, notes that the artist returns incessantly to a primitive mass, the emotionally block that traverses and develops the images apprehended by sensation and perception, keeping them fused, undifferentiated, and synchronized. Gil attributes to this mass the role of a reservoir of experience from which the artist draws a virgin force that enables them to remake the world. In this reservoir, experience is not pure, but rather a mixture of images, both contemporary and archaic, of emotions that have just burst forth and of memories of emotions. This mixture becomes the condition to the new image, quoting, that image that always comes from who knows where, because it springs from the primal chaos that artists must tirelessly rekindle, end quote. To this image that Gil offers us, we may add another, that of the architect who, from the stagnant mixture of a crystallized world, whether contemporary or archaic, reactivates a whole, offering it a new image. As a new image, the open sculpture evokes the idea of becoming. The Portuguese word devir originates from the Latin devenir, to arrive, and means to come into being, to become, to transform, implying a permanent and progressive movement through which things are transformed. Devir can be translated as devenir in French and becoming in English. Philosophically, the meaning of these words is similar, but one must take into account that the notion of movement that must always be implicit. For Gil Deleuze and Félix Guattari, becoming takes a particular meaning when related to the other. Regarding the notion of becoming animal, the philosophers state, and I quote, "Fibers lead us from one to the other, transform one into the other as they pass through doors and cross thresholds. Singing or composing, painting, writing have no other aim, to unleash these becomings," end quote. To return to José Gil's words, it is important to recognize that a mechanism is required which allows the gaze, or rather the sense of feeling, to fully embrace that which is dreamed from the fact, merging ourselves into it. It is necessary, after all, to become a fish, or a character strolling through the painted landscape, or even a color. Devir peixe, or becoming fish, does not mean imagining ourselves as fish, but allowing ourselves to be taken over and permeate by the energies and intensities of the fish. Gil's metaphor places us in the flow of time and space, an interval between what begins and what ends. The white volume designed by SIZA propels the whole complex, church, monastery, and the open sculpture into this interval, into this becoming fish. SIZA's open sculpture enables the wall to regain a lost flow, reviving it and filling it before a future of a narrative that remains open. As a gesture of remembrance, the monument becomes a promise of what is to come, pouring memory upon memory, always open, always in anticipation. The open sculpture is a nod to the ruin of a life, that of the monastery, and one that directs memory towards the presence. SIZA's proposal may seem paradoxical, since the new body is the culmination of all the other bodies of the monastery and have passed through time. The idea of openness prevails, however, as it gives the whole a new beginning, free from functional restrictions, and accepts the possibility of future alterations. It is truly open, like poetry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria and Joao. Later we will go with the questions. So now I'm going to ask to Karim Youssef and Carissa Moritz, narrative design approach for adaptive reuse, comparison of two cases in the Netherlands. So now.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. Unfortunately, Dr. Yusuf could not make it as he is hosting an architectural tour. I wanted to thank the organizers and everybody who's helped make this happen. I'm here as a student mostly just to learn, and I'm learning a lot, so I'm very thankful. Thank you. So this study was initially conducted as part of a thesis under the advisory and contribution of Dr. Yusuf. It's focusing on narrative design framework that's conceptualized by analyzing 2 Dutch case studies in Lokaal in Tilburg and Werkspakfabriek in Utrecht. So before we begin, it's important to pause and consider, when we reuse a building, what are we keeping? The immediate answer might be material. We may choose to keep structure or traces of former use, yet a building remnants can remain physically present while the meaning of its past becomes flattened and disconnected from contemporary life. So then, a building can be preserved and still lose its past. Reuse can protect material remnants, but if those remnants no longer structure experience, then maybe preservation alone is not enough. What could be considered to bridge this is how inherited traces are brought into relation with past occupation, or how the old building continues to facilitate meaning rather than simply serve as a backdrop for a new function. This is where narrative can offer a way to reconnect use and meaning by mediating past and present. The term narrative has come to signify a level of meaning that substantiates the object and yet contains an animated inner quality that interprets human events in relation to place. Narrative can then be characterized as invokes the feel of the object, its qualities, and its provenance. In this sense, narrative is not understood simply as a story applied to a building, but as a method in which spatial experience can remain interpretively open. It can allow inherited traces to participate in new forms of use without reducing them to fixed signs. So it could be said, architecture is a form of art that holds intention that becomes characterized to serve as a collection of meaning and human connection. We can also understand that some of its most successful cases creates a visual and physical point of convergence from the metaphysical to the physical world. For adaptive reuse to maintain these qualities, it should then also be crafted with the same intentionality to create meaning in the built environment, using the pieces to reinvigorate life and give meaning to an existing building. And in this light, within adaptive reuse, narrative becomes strongest through its ability to structure time, as it can reorganize how the past is carried into the present. Part of its inherited significance can be in its quality of sustaining continuity through time, therefore cultivating a convergence with contemporary and past meaning. Yet we see in many cases of adaptive reuse that privileges rapid transformation and immediate functionality over intentional experiential design. Time is frequently reduced to sequence, experience becomes fragmented through isolated intervention, and meaning often yields to sustained relation or immediate function. What is needed, therefore, is to rethink how we approach adaptive reuse and to consider including narrative design as a method for temporal legibility. That is, the capacity for the past to remain readable within present use, and for stories to reinforce that sense of discovery and inviting the viewers towards the imaginative. The theorist Walter Benjamin believed that modernity reduces meaning and explanation and immediacy. He felt that storytelling should resist reduction by sustaining experience across time and by keeping meaning open rather than conclusively resolved. Having been exposed to the beginning of immediate information, he worried for the quality of storytelling that was being lost. He believed that there was an intrinsic quality to the idea of story being built over time, a layered experience built with anticipation and not following a strict adherence to a sequence of blatant meanings. We can translate the architectural terms by looking to the works of Andrew Benjamin, who postulated that time structures experience. Time is not external to architecture, but already present within its built relation. Andrew Benjamin locates time within architecture itself, as he wrote that ubiquity, repetition, and function delineate any attempt to explicitate that which takes place in architecture, with each term staging specific through related questions concerning time. This can also help us establish a basis for the study. Narrative carries experience, and architecture orders it. Now I'm supposed to change it. Now, Andrew Benjamin terms are not used here as a fixed architectural definitions in relation to time, but translated into an analytical lens for organizing time and adaptive reuse. Ubiquity is going to become the relation through which the whole remains legible through the parts. Repetition becomes reoccurrence that produces rhythm, recognition, and variation. Function becomes the way use reorders hierarchy and permits temporal change. So revisiting narrative in this study, it is not treated as a fixed script or pre-described plot. Drawing on some leading narrative authors, narrative is understood as emerging through movement, return, and encounter. Meaning is therefore not located in form alone, but in relation between configuration and use. From here, narrative architecture and adaptive reuse benefits from the pamphlet method, not as a loose metaphor of old and new, but as a method for working with inherited time. The pre-existing building is not a neutral container, as it is already marked by material, social, and symbolic histories. Alteration must therefore remain legible while still participating in the identity of the whole. Finally, time is treated as structure. The reused building is not a singular time object in which a fixed past is overwritten by a singular present. It becomes a place that allows the layering and structuring of time to allow moments to coexist and gain coherence through relation. So with that established, let us now look at the two case studies that belong to the emerging city campus typology, where large-scale industrial structures are reconfigured as open, multifunctional environments for work, learning, culture, and public interaction. I want to emphasize that the case studies we're looking at were not designed with narrative intent, but their relevance lies in the fact that narrative emerges through their intentional design approach and its ability to structure meanings and cultivate shared experiences within their spaces. So, locale in Tilburg, Zek architects transformed a 1932 locomotive repair hall into a civic library and public interior. Rather than inserting a sealed box within a box, the project retains the hall as a flexible, open space. Locale can be read through the three translated terms. First, ubiquity appears in the way that the whole persists across the parts. The structure overlaying it has smaller pieces within it that indicate the old and new as a clear dialogue. And then we have repetition, where the single sequence isn't enabled as it allows multiple variations for encounter and re-encounter. And third is function that appears through convergence as the central stair in this location locates the building and orients them. So looking into a more closer diagrammic reading, the first to be observed is ubiquity, where the coherence that permeates the structure, which does not emerge from an uninterrupted continuity, but rather through the dominant overlaying structure arbitrated through localized interruptions. Ubiquity can be observed through the permeation in which the whole permeates the parts, and the vertical layers become legible traces of temporal orders through spatial transitions. Repetition is shown through movement. Circulation, as mentioned, does not follow one fixed route. Instead, the building proceeds into overlapping paths, pauses, crossings, and returns. This allows repetition to emerge as a non-linear temporal sequence where each encounter reframes the next. Finally, function appears through convergence. The central civic space gathers different intensities of use, from gathering and circulation to more localized programmatic zones. Locale's narrative ability therefore comes from coherence, as the building holds multiple parts together without dissolving their difference. Moving forward, Werkspoorfabriek in Utrecht transforms a former steel factory. Unlike Locale, it does not cultivate a unified interior. Instead, it employs a box-in-box strategy, inserting workspaces within an existing industrial envelope. Meaning here does not seem to be organized through a single public center, but it emerges through adjacency and open-ended occupation. The same analytical lens applies, with ubiquity appearing through the persistence of the industrial whole. Second, we see that repetition appears through the rhythm of interrupted bridges within a structural column set. And third, function appears through a distributed hierarchy. Unlike a central stair, there are multiple centralities happening within this space. In the first diagram, the building is not treated as an isolated object, but as part of a larger industrial campus, integrated with the landscape and surrounding plan. The industrial order remains legible, while new public extensions and surrounding connections allow the site to read as a continuous civic space. It is interwoven within the urban fabric, and it retranslates routes and circulations found in its direct vicinity to make the cuts and the routes. The second diagram focuses on repetition through threshold. The frame establishes a linear rhythm, but the bridges interrupt that rhythm. They mark moments of crossing and reorientation. Each threshold points towards part of the building, so the repeated condition becomes a sequence of re-encounters. The third diagram shifts to function. Werkspoorfabriek does not resolve in one dominant spatial hierarchy. Instead, function is organized through multiple centers, local geometric centers, percentral centers formed by relation between wall and center, and visual centers created through transparency. So locale and works fabric both transform industrial inheritance into contemporary civic use. Locale produces narrative through coherence, a shared space in which memory, program, and public occupation remain visibly connected and interwoven. Works fabric produces narrative through incompletion, where meaning remains open through reoccurrence. The importance of the comparison is that it shows narrative in adaptive reuse does not need to have one formal expression. It could take shape either through spatial convergence or through a shared coexistence. Indeed, there are clear indicators that locale spatial logic allows for more collective experience, while open and overlapping pathways with moments of centralization, while works fabric follows a clear linear sequence, even in the organization of bridges and restriction in movement and exploration. Locale relates to the past through visibility and collective authorship, works fabric through containment. It does not resolve meaning into one center as it leaves it open through multiple centers of use. The temporal effect in one is convergence and the other is coexistence. Despite the differences, these cases begin to show that adaptive reuse can show traces of narrative, not simply by preserving material, but by structuring relations through time. The past remains active when it can be inhabited, reinterpreted, and placed into new patterns of use. Here, then, it can be understood that adaptive reuse becomes more significant when it preserves conditions fostering layered and continuously reinterpreted meanings, going beyond just material remnants. Given that reused building is poised between past inheritance and future possibility, narrative facilitates story into embodied experience. It is in this sense, perhaps, adaptive reuse can be understood as a civic pamphlet. Thank you.
Thank you, Karim. So now I ask for Nina Tori Henderson. So her title is Renovation as Resistant Housing Activist in Montreal and Melbourne.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the previous speakers for your great talks. So today I'll be discussing two historical case studies of neighbourhood scale and community-led housing rehabilitation projects over the 1970s and 80s, one in Montreal, Canada, and the other in Melbourne, Australia, where I'm speaking from today. And these case studies will outline historical models of architectural practice that centred on localised community service, resident engagement, housing repair and conservation, which have renewed relevance in the context of today's escalating housing and climate crisis. So while almost on exactly opposite sides of the world, these two cities share a settler colonial history and an overlooked and somewhat peripheral status within the history of community architecture movements of this time in the 70s and 80s, which typically centre on UK and US cities. So we'll begin in Milton Park in Montreal, which is the neighbourhood of study, which, as you can see on this map here, sits on the edge of the city. And over July and August last year, I was lucky enough to be one of the students in the Canadian Centre for Architecture's CCA Doctoral Research Residency Program. And this gave me access to the vast Milton Park archive, as well as a chance to visit the neighbourhood and interview residents and those involved in the project. Constructed in the 19th century, this area historically housed wealthy families, but became a predominantly working class and student population from the early 20th century. And these large houses, these greystone sort of row houses, were subdivided into apartments. In the 1960s, this community was threatened with the demolition of their homes when the entire suburb was quietly bought up by a private developer, Concordia Estate Holdings, who by 1969 had purchased approximately 97% of the neighbourhood. The developer planned to demolish the neighbourhood to build high-rise apartments, offices, and a hotel. And you can see their plan for the neighbourhood here in these images. So when residents got wind of this plan, they formed the Milton Park Citizens Committee, which they organised through door knocking, neighbourhood meetings, and this led to multiple protests and squats in the neighbourhood. Unfortunately, the first phase of the developer's plan went ahead, with the neighbourhood partly demolished. But due to a series of economic, political and planning factors, the second phase of the project stalled, and this gave the Citizens Committee a window of opportunity to save their housing. And one of the leaders of the resident movement, Lucia Kowaluk, had the foresight to reach out to the newly formed organisation Heritage Montreal to conserve the neighbourhood. And at that time, the head of the organisation, and its co-founder was Phyllis Lambert, who I'm sure most of you in Canada know as founder of the CCA, architect, curator, activist, and philanthropist. So the Citizens Committee, in collaboration with Phyllis Lambert and Heritage Montreal, put forward a counter-proposal for Milton Park, which proposed to renovate the existing neighbourhood and combine cooperative and non-profit ownership so that the working class residents could stay in the neighbourhood in their existing dwellings. And their plan was successful. Heritage Montreal persuaded Canada's Mortgage and Housing Corporation to purchase Milton Park for $5.5 million in 1979. And the realisation of this project maintained the area's historic fabric and the affordability of housing, keeping both buildings and residents in place. So for the residents and for Heritage Montreal, the continuation of the physical and social infrastructure was vital in the preservation and continuity of the neighbourhood. And the cooperative's financial and legal structure has maintained low rents, which has allowed working class people to stay in the inner city, who remain there to this day. So the overarching cooperative of the neighbourhood, so you can see the extent of Milton Park in this plan here, was divided into 14 smaller cooperatives and 8 not-for-profit organisations. And these smaller cooperative groupings allowed all residents to be involved in the planning of their housing, including the initial renovation and its ongoing management. To undertake the day-to-day work of the neighbourhood-wide renovation project, a group of architects, lawyers, administrators and project managers set up an office in Milton Park on site. So embedded in the neighbourhood, these workers were visible and accessible to the cooperative, creating a responsive and accessible service through direct interface with residents. Their on-the-ground presence perhaps built levels of trust and accountability with the residents and allowed them to build local knowledge of the area. During the measure-up process, the architects gave each resident a survey about their homes, what they liked and what they didn't, what they thought needed work, etc. So in this way, residents could be directly involved in the planning of the renovation, and they maintained involvement through to construction, allowing them to have agency and control in their housing without home ownership. And every apartment across the almost 600 units, over 135 buildings, was individually drawn and renovated. So through this process, housing was carefully tailored according to residents' needs and household structure. And in going through the many rolls of drawings and administrative documents in the CCA archive, I was struck by the immense amount of labour that went into this project, which in the end was mostly materially invisible work, as you can see in these images here that show the building's pre and post renovation. The cooperative work of Heritage Montreal, architects, lawyers, local government and residents formed a local social and material ecology that found a different way to shape and manage the built environment as an alternative to the dominant narratives of development at that time. So now we're going to move to the other side of the world, to the suburb of Fitzroy in Naarm, Melbourne, Australia. As you can see on the map, it occupies a similar position to Milton Park, right on the edge of the city, although it's a much larger neighbourhood. Fitzroy was also threatened with demolition in the 1950s and 60s through state government's so-called slum clearance program, which erased whole neighbourhoods for the construction of high-rise public housing. So while these towers provided low-cost mass housing in the post-war period, they also displaced established communities and erased whole neighbourhoods. Against this backdrop, a range of community-based housing experiments emerged over the 1970s and 80s that sought to build on-the-ground, locally responsive services that foregrounded resident participation and the conservation of existing buildings in order to maintain affordable housing within the inner city. So like in Milton Park, there was an intersection of social and material motivations for this work. So a group of architects who lived in the area volunteered across a range of initiatives to achieve these ends and to widen the engagement between architects and the broader public. And I'll give a brief overview of these initiatives now. So the first is the Fitzroy Housing Repair Advisory Service, or FRAS, founded in 1976, which operated from this shopfront you can see on the screen here on Wednesday nights between 6 and 9 p.m. This group was an architect-led voluntary cooperative that ran as a drop-in centre, providing direct, quick and free diagnosis of common building problems, like a clinic for bricks and mortar. This free service treated the ageing, largely 19th century building fabric of Fitzroy that predominantly housed low-income families who remained under the threat of compulsory demolition by the Government Housing Authority that could still claim homes based on their states of disrepair. So they provided technical advice on repair and maintenance, referred reliable tradespeople, and gave advice on how to engage them. They distributed educational material and wrote house repair manuals for the local newspaper. Founded shortly after FRAS in 1977, the Fitzroy Rental Housing Association also had a dual aim of maintaining existing housing stock in Fitzroy as low-income accommodation. It was set up as a cooperative housing organisation that independently managed public housing, which was owned by the Government Housing Authority. So the way it worked was they bought up existing houses on the market within the neighbourhood, which were then renovated and leased to low-income families who had established ties to the area. So like in Milton Park, this small scale and local operation meant that architects could build relationships with residents and consult them prior to any design work, with their individual needs accommodated in the renovations. And as a localised organisation, the Housing Association could better attend to the specific needs of the residents in the area. And its neighbourhood scale created a sense of community and facilitated resident involvement in management and decision-making processes, who were able to participate in all aspects of management, including the selection of tenants, administration, maintenance and purchasing of housing through its various subcommittees. And just briefly, the final initiative I'll discuss is the Urban Conservation Advisory Committee, which was an independent body that provided advice for the local council on heritage matters. And through this group, the local architects, alongside other residents, fought to retain historic buildings as housing supply and to maintain low-income residents in the area again. So this was reflected in two landmark struggles led by the committee to save mid-19th century rooming houses from demolition. This is Glass Terrace, you can see on the screen here. And they had the dual focus of maintaining the buildings for their historic merit as some of the first terrace houses built in Melbourne, as well as the need to maintain rooming houses, which was a typology of affordable housing that was rapidly depleting across Melbourne. So following community campaigning and pressure, the state government's Minister for Housing purchased both buildings to maintain their use as rooming houses. And ironically, the legislation used to forcibly acquire the properties from their owners was initially designed for the acquisition of properties to demolish these very same type of buildings, 19th century low-income housing through the slum clearance program. And the architects that campaigned to save these buildings were then involved in their rehabilitation and renovation, as you can see in this presentation drawing here from one of the architects involved. So when taken from the perspective of the architects involved, these twin histories of housing activism present an alternative conception of architectural and urban practice, which undertook material invisible work to sustain the social and material fabric of housing in their respective places. In both Milton Park and Fitzroy, these architects developed a situated and local practice attuned to the socio-material assemblage of the suburb and committed to a place. They were embedded in the neighbourhood, visible and accessible to the public, building levels of trust and accountability with residents. The situated nature of this work allowed residents to be involved in the renovation, with housing tailored to their needs. The architects engaged in material conservation of 19th century housing, using heritage activism not only to conserve buildings, but also the life that it supported within the inner city, acknowledging the importance in the continuity of both physical and social infrastructures. These renovation practices point to the reproductive capacity and potential of architecture. Feminist theorists have long written about the reproductive labour required to maintain human life and survival. Architectural scholars Doina Petrescu and Kim Trogel bring these ideas into dialogue with architecture, explaining that looking at architecture through a reproductive lens is less concerned with form, but rather demand working upon the ecological, economic and collaborative aspects of making space. Similarly, geographer Catherine Gibson's work explores the diverse economies of the built environment through looking at the life of a building rather than its moment of inception. This reveals a wide set of practices that honours the various forms of labour, both formal and informal, over the life of buildings and infrastructures. In the context of today, renovating, adapting, reusing and reproducing the built environment is an important material act in the face of the climate crisis, but it is importantly also a social act. And these case studies reveal this relational work and show how architectural labour can be expanded to fight for social and spatial justice through urban stewardship, a shift of client-architect relationships that prioritise resident involvement, and the aligning of material preservation with social and political concerns. Thank you.
Does anybody has a question for any of the three presentation? So, well, perfect. I just want to mention something that I thought that was really, I was surprised, and I'm very happy to see the last presentation about Nina, that at the same time remind me a lot about the last presentation in another session about KIT, and they ask like if there is one case about displacement, if that is a value, and I really like the comment of Kitty about that, and with Nina, the conclusions that you were mentioning, I link a lot about that. So I think that was very, very interesting, even that they were different contexts and sessions. So,
hi, I have a question to Maria and Joanne. Please correct my pronunciation. First of all, thank you for the presentation, and I'm very impressed by the footage that you show us. I have a question about, so you mentioned something about white concrete as a liberation. So first of all, I'm curious to learn more about that. Can you elaborate about the idea of white and liberation? And second question is that how this idea connect to the philosopher Maria about monumentality and about the gesture of memory, because I just think that memory, the gesture of memory is very engaging, but then you mention white concrete as liberation, so I just want to know the connection, and I just want to understand more about this idea.
So, the white concrete was an affirmation of contemporaneity. That's what we said about the fact that it was white. But at the same time, so the liberation is for the monastery in a way, because as we said, there were a lot of layers within that specific ensemble, because it was a church, then it was a convent, a Benedictine convent, then it was a church, then it was a house, then it was that lots of layers. And Estado Novo during the 20s, 30s started a program of renovating these monuments. But at the same time that they renovate the monuments, then they renovate the monuments to something they thought that was the real thing, not with care, just to go towards an image of the regime, an image of Portugal, the big country, that small big country that has this great past. So that message that the Estado Novo wanted to promote with this kind of works on monuments led to some kind of fantasy or around these ideas of greatness. But at the same time, they crystallized that monuments, because they were stripped of some of the time that passed through were just like taken out. So that so that was the idea of purity, but that was not real a purity in a way. So what we think is that Álvaro Siza has intervened in the convent, has done this little work that is very subtle because it is it comes from like a lineage of work that is done like that. But then he constructed that he called open sculpture, right? In this section of elements. And that way, that structure, in a way, is like a mirror of what has been this almost like 100 years old buildings or building, and then it's just something that helps to create like this transformation in time, and at the same time that it ends this section, it opened this section. So it's like freeing the monastery in a way. I don't know if I
would like to say that because the church that the regime came up with, it's like a mock-up because it ignores all the layers of history. So somehow that the church was frozen in time. Just specifically to represent a part of Portuguese history or what they thought was important for them to tell what the Portuguese history. So that act of freedom is something that we think is connected with the memory, because memory is something that we can work with if it's not frozen in time. So although they are obviously different, although obviously Cisa chose to work with white concrete, which has nothing to do with those granite stones, centuries or more than 1,000 years old, that gesture, that contemporary gesture, freed the monastery, and at the same time engaged the monastery in the kind of motion that looks towards the future that we actually don't know what is going to be. So that adds another meaning to the title of that work, which is an open sculpture. Open because everything can happen there. So try to figure out in 2000 in a century from now, probably someone has done something there because it's open to it. So the idea of being, the idea of memory is connected with the idea of contemporarity and with the idea of freedom.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentations. This is Berin Terim from Clemson University. I have a question for Nina. Actually, not a question, but a request. I think you concluded your presentation with referring to feminist frameworks and bringing forward the idea of the reproduction, if I coded correctly. And would you elaborate on that a little bit more, how you're actually looking at this activism work as something that actually is like within that framework, if you are looking at it in that framework?
Yeah, sure. I mean, this is sort of in relation to my PhD research. So this is all very much in progress work. But the feminist sort of theories that I'm looking at in relation to kind of these ideas of reproduction and social reproduction, for me, it's a way to look at these kinds of ideas of architectural renovation and particularly trying to put a different kind of lens on it to what is often, to how this work is often framed, particularly in contemporary architectural discourse, which is often around this sort of framework of repair. And I think the repair framework often focuses on kind of the material aspect of sort of building repair and material repair, particularly framing it in response to sort of climate concerns, which I think is all extremely valid, but I think can sometimes overlook the social aspect of this work. And I think also sometimes there's kind of a risk of aestheticization of adaptive reuse and an aestheticization of repair, kind of like the visual, sort of like the visual coding of kind of visible mending. So I think these kind of feminist frameworks of reproduction is a way to look at the kind of the labor behind this work and the social formations, which is what I'm interested in, and I'm trying to sort of build on this sort of material framework of repair to expand more of this social and labor aspect within contemporary discourse. Does that answer your question?
Just repeat the name of the scholar that you just mentioned about the framework.
I don't think I mentioned a scholar, but do you mean in terms of the these ideas of reproduction, the scholars on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, in the talk, I mentioned Catherine Gibson, who's a feminist economist, and Doina Petrescu and Kim Trogel, who are architectural scholars. And I'm also looking at some people that are kind of speaking more from sociology and sort of science and technology scholars. Stephen Jackson is one of the sort of key figures as well.
Carissa, I have a question. Would you, for the case studies that you were presenting, how many case studies are you doing for your thesis study?
There is 2.
Only two. So there are only 2 the ones that you are analyzing. There are no more.
So the framework made from like using time to structure narratives is part of the thesis. Applying it to these case studies was specifically for this discussion, seeing how they apply to existing adaptive reuse projects and whether or not we can see them emerging. And because Netherlands is the leading capital of adaptive reuse, they have a lot of methods they're already utilizing in forms of like how intent they are and how they want to structure experiences for their users. So it was a good opportunity to explore what the leading capitals already implementing and doing and how we can already see narrative applying. So how much more can we see if narrative was applied from the beginning stages?
Perfect. No, so it's just to add into that, like, did you, for those case studies, how you selected those case studies? Because there are so many. So how you pick those?
So I fell upon them for my actual thesis, which was a Buffalo Central Terminal in New York. And it was an open train station that's been abandoned. And the idea that I wanted to utilize is this city campus. And the first place that is actually seen, or to my knowledge, was in those case studies, is they're trying to redevelop this idea of a city campus within a building that feels like a city.
That's what I want to hear. Does anybody has any other question or comment?
Thank you so much. This is for Maria Joao and Joao Miguel, but if anyone wants to comment, it's a question about the terminology or the language that we use, the idea of use and function. And you talk about this concept of devenir or devenir, to arrive, which I thought is really, fascinating, like changing, from this modernist language, what is the language that we could use to talk about more adaptable future rather than being connected to this notion that, the form will follow the function. And it made me think about how also in Italian language, of course, we also talk about uso, funzione, but there is also the word destinazione dell'edificio. So a building is destined to something. And also your notion of devenir. There is an idea about future. I don't know if it connects with this concept, but it seems like we are trying to imagine this destiny, but perhaps it's more open than the notion of function. So I was wondering if SIZA, in particular, the way that he speaks about this, and if you've noticed anything particular in terms of, I guess, his own language in this area.
Devenir it's a word that is connected with it's a concept, and it is translated to becoming in English, but it's not the same thing. So it's the same thing, but not the same thing, because becoming is to transform to another thing, but devenir is that, but also is movement. So devenir as this specific, I'm sorry.
Specificity. Well,
yes,
the
specificity.
implies a kind of emotion towards the future.
Yeah.
I'm transforming myself into something. So this idea of the vir in Portugal, it's not just becoming, it's actually, it has embedded this idea of motion, of transformation, of something that is not frozen, but in a constant act of transformation, of somehow finding itself. So when we thought about this idea of crossing this work of Caesar with this notion of the vir, is because I don't know if Caesar thinks about or uses this kind of terminology in his narratives, but we thought it was very interesting how that very contemporary, very abstract piece of work engages in a kind of conversation and allows the old structure another or second the vir. Well, it becomes in motion again, it becomes alive again, as it was throughout centuries before the regime chose to frozen it to comply with a kind of an image. So the vir actually has this kind of motion in itself.
Yes, it is something that is like a shivering. So the vir in Portuguese is like something that is shivering, and while it shivers, it transforms itself. So this idea of Caesar called this building escultura aberta, open sculpture, and we thought that was something that really goes very well with this idea of the vir, of becoming in this way, of something that is open. It is because it shivers so much, it opens itself. And this is a way of to reconnect everything, because in motion we can reconnect everything. And José Gil, the philosopher, the Portuguese philosopher, has this idea of the vir peixe, or becoming fish, and something that moves with the water and goes, but at the same time, I think it goes with the water, but it mingles with the water. So we thought that was really interesting, this idea of the vir peixe, or becoming fish, through this motion in a way from the old monastery to this escultura aberta. So like this, going in a river like a fish, but the fish dissolves into the water in a way, and it's open. So let's go to the future.
And this that you told about this Italian word destinazione. In Portuguese, we have something like that, destino, which has a lot of meaning. But destinazione means that we are moving towards something. In Portuguese, destino, it's also connected with fate. But here, there is not a fate, because it is open. It can be something in the future, although we still don't know what. So it's open to all those possibilities. It's open to become something that we still don't know what is going to be, but we are looking forward to it in a certain sense.
So much for the four of you for this presentation. We need to finish, unfortunately, but I think that there has been a great conversations.